Alright, this is a 14-hour run, so we're just gonna get started. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go! Hello, I'm Anorakkis. I've been running this game for like 10 years, and with me is my commentator, Skyrion.
Hi, I've also been running this game for about 10 years.
And this category is a long one. Fortunately, it has a nice sleep break in the middle, so that will be fun. I am surprised that they accepted this into the marathon, but let's go. Alright, so the first thing in this run is we're going to take this rock to this gate and hopefully clip through it without too many attempts. It is pseudo RNG, it's not really RNG, but it basically is.
Yeah, and right after this we're going to do another trick called Back in Time. We're going to void out and reset the game on the same frame so that we can respawn on the title screen and play around on the title screen. Anorakkis will be going to the other side of the bridge here so you can do the safe setup. You can do it either by unplugging the controller or not, but that method is way more consistent than the side-up pause method. So now we're playing on the title screen, because this is not just a movie that plays, you can actually, it's a map that loads and you can walk around here. And we're now going to save the game, and this will give us some interesting properties. It will give us basically everything that the title screen link has. So a sword and a shield and Epona tamed, which will be important in a little bit.
Yeah, unlike some other Zelda games, well, specifically Skyward Sword, we don't have much we can do on the title screen, but we can abuse a few things that we'll see later in the run to activate bosses early and stuff. There is like a theoretical credits warp that we could do if one thing didn't crash, but it does, so... Yeah, TP doesn't like to be broken, which, yeah, is why this is a 14-hour run, and 90% is all of 3 hours.
Yeah, it's very robust. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, why is it called Back in Time? Didn't he just go forward in time? Well, when this trick was discovered in... I'm not even sure when, it was a very long time ago, in Arbiter's grounds, that's where it was discovered, the 4th dungeon. It did set the runner back in time at that point, whereas now we technically went forward in time.
Alright. I hope you're all ready to see why low percent is such a meme and such a long run. We are about to stare at a blue rupee for a long, long time. And I've decided, probably a poor decision, I'm going to donate $5 for every blue rupee we see in this run. So I'm going to be trying to get a precise angle set up here. This should give us the fastest speed, so we don't have to retry for RNG too many times. We did learn a few more things about these slides, and reduced the run by like 8 hours pretty recently. This used to be a 25-hour run, which is a little longer. I'll just clip that bokoblin through the fence and hopefully it drops a blue rupee. That was a green, so let's try again with this other bokoblin. That was a blue rupee. I can't reach it, so we're going to have to reset and try again.
Just out of reach.
And I gave myself a very generous estimate of about 40 minutes over my PB, just because this rupee can take a while to show up.
Yeah, so while Link is in the get item animation or state, he is moving in a certain direction very, very slowly over time. It's not noticeable until you speed up the footage over many hours, and that's why this was not discovered until, like, it wasn't discovered that early on. But somebody left their console running for a while and came back and noticed that Link was not in the same spot anymore. And while he is in that state, he can just phase through walls. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to clip through this gate, but it will take quite a while.
And all this does, over the hour and 13 minutes that it'll take, is skips one small key. Very important in a low percent speedrun, where the objective is to get the fewest things possible.
Let's see here.
That was also a green. also a blue. Also a blue that I can't touch. Alright, let's try again. It's very important that I get this right in the corner to get the shortest path to the actual clip spot. It does take like 1.5 minutes per attempt of this.
Yeah, so since this is so early on in the run, normally you would just reset altogether, but since it's a marathon, we'll just have to reload the save file until we get it. And also the chance of the rupee being blue is... I don't remember, but I think you know the percentage.
It's about 45% that we will get a blue rupee from one of the two. I'm not sure what the chance is from just one. I think I messed up my angle there, so I'm gonna do the setup again.
Luckily there are 2 bokoblins there, so we can try it on both of them.
Yeah, for some reason, just turning around and targeting like that slightly adjusts our angle so that we can get a very precise angle. Technically, it's like within 8 unit values in the game that works.
Fingers crossed.
That is a blue rupee, and we did get it, and that is the slide. So now we're going to be sitting here for 1 hour and 13 minutes, and instead of just watching this blue rupee, I have a different run on the side that we'll be doing. So we're going to ask Tech to switch that over real quick. Yeah, that's not quite...
I don't believe this game has gotten much exposure in the past. So
Yeah, this is a very small speedrunning community, but we'll be playing My Nintendo Picross, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. Once we can get the layout sorted out. A full run of this game will take just over 1 hour, so hopefully I'll be able to finish it all before the slide will end. I can't hear the audio.
Audio on this?
Yeah, there isn't. Sorry. As far as I'm aware, this is the only run in the marathon that uses both PCs, or rather a console and a PC to show this. So shoutouts to the tech team for figuring this out pretty much last minute. So, as Skyrion was explaining earlier, the slide works because there's a missing frame in the animation of Link holding this rupee. And because of that, it'll slide backwards very, very slowly over the course of time. And the speed varies by location. In this location, in the fog area in Faron Woods, it's pretty fast. The other slide we'll be doing later in the run, we move very, very slowly, which is why it takes about 8 times longer.
Audio now?
Yeah, there should be. Can check. I can try like rebooting my 3DS, I guess. Or probably just rebooting the application would have been enough. Meanwhile, I think we have time for a donation.
Yes, we do have a donation from Prometheus, who donates $5 with the message, "It's not called a bid war for no reason. and that donation went to the Final Fantasy IX run, naming the Vivi character, and this one went to the option of Anise. So if you disagree with this selection, for example, make sure to get your donations in to pick one of the other options or even submit your own one. Thank you, Prometheus.
All right, all good to start? All right, now we'll be starting Picross, and I'm going to be unplugging my GameCube controller so I don't accidentally nudge it. Let's go. So, this game is a puzzle game, but I have memorized the solutions to the puzzles, so it's not very puzzling anymore. And we start out with some 10 by 10 levels, and then there will be 2 pages which are a little bit larger. Hopefully I won't mess up too much on any of them.
Yeah, so this game has a lot of names. Picross, Nonogram, or paint by number, picture, paint by picture, I think. Paint by number. And you have these numbers up the top and on the left for the column and rows to, you know, to give you teach you how to solve the puzzle. But it's way faster to have everything memorized, like Anno said. And he does have some notes if things don't go well, but he has pretty much everything memorized. It's just like the last couple of levels that are a bit tricky, but we'll be fine.
That is not how an eye goes. Alright. We're almost done with the first row already. A lot of the speedrunning community for this game is focused on ILs, individual levels, and most of this first page of levels can be completed in like 3 or 4 seconds, which is pretty impressive. I don't have any records on the first page, but I do have some on the other 2 pages. I have messed up. There we go.
Yeah, it's a pretty small community for this game. But a couple of Twilight Princess runners decided to start playing this recently.
Yeah, I originally ran this game as an April Fool's joke. So those can work sometimes, I guess.
So to explain how this game works, let's say you have a 10 by 10 board and you see the numbers 7 and 2. That means that, and then the order matters, so that means that you need to have, let's say it's a row. So you have 7 filled out squares in a row, and then you need to have at least 1 space for the next 2, otherwise it will be 9. And so if you just add these numbers together, 7 plus 2, there's 9, and there's also the space in between, there's 10, so you have one row filled out. So ideally, when you play this game casually, you would try to find the biggest numbers, or like the biggest sum of numbers. And then for the numbers, for the spaces where you don't fill in, you can add a little X, which will indicate that you cannot place a number there, which could help for a column or another row later on. So that's kind of how you play Picross.
Yeah, I won't be using the X's because they're slow. I'll just be filling in the correct things the first try, hopefully. There is a mode in this game which will like deduct 2 minutes for every mistake you make. A lot of these games have some sort of mechanism for if you mess up, like hearts on a mobile game and you have a limited number of lives. This one, it just has the timer, and if you fail to finish a level in under 60 minutes according to the in-game timer, then the only consequence is it won't show you the full color picture at the end of the level. I don't think we should be running into that problem today.
Yeah, when I looked at getting this game on my phone recently, I looked through like 3 of them until I found one that I liked. Some of them had some penalty, like hearts, like Anno mentioned. And I prefer to just be penalized by time instead, and just take my time and just enjoy myself playing this. It is a pretty fun puzzle game. I do recommend giving it a try.
Very relaxing. I'm not sure if this game is available anymore now that the Nintendo eShop has closed, but it was a My Nintendo reward, at the very least. So just a certain number of My Nintendo points would get you this game. If you have it, feel free to start running it. We need more runners.
Please.
I'm quite fond of the next level, which is the last level of the 10x10s. Then we'll be moving over to 15x15. But this level's pretty fun.
It's also worth noting that Anorakkis is playing on a regular 3DS. The 3DS has many iterations. You have the 3DS, the 3DS XL, the new 3DS, the new 3DS XL, and maybe something in between there that I missed. Ideally, you would probably want to play on a 3DS XL or a new 3DS XL, so just you have the bigger screen to work with. 15x15 gets pretty small on that bottom screen, so it's not really possible to go much further beyond that. Like 20x20 or 30x30 would just be way too small. Although we do have, I believe, 20x15.
Yeah, 20x15 later.
Yeah.
The last 5 levels of the main game are 20x15.
Which makes it a lot easier to misclick or mistap, I suppose. So as you've noticed, we're drawing images from the game, characters, locations, etc. And we also have this nice background music, whereas the games that I came across on my phone didn't have any background music, so it's nice to have a little bit of ambient noise, and it's all music from this game, of course, from Twilight Princess. As well as the sound effect of grass getting cut, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. So most of these 15x15 levels, I'm just aiming to have under 20 seconds is pretty good. The records are usually a bit lower, but they're after many hours of attempts and are rough to beat usually. But a 17-second postman is not bad at all.
Could also take this time to talk about low percent, what that really means, and sort of like where it started and where it went. So, an old TP speedrunner named Zaf pitched the idea to me in 2013 that it would be really cool to see a low percent speedrun of TP, as he had just, recently discovered low percent of Ocarina of Time and other Zelda games. And so we were just talking about that over Skype, probably. And we just opened up Pastebin and started routing it. And then I ran it on his birthday in 2013 and 2014. But the route wasn't like super interesting to be like it was very similar to any percent. You just avoided a few more things. But in, I believe, 2015
December.
Yeah, there you go. It changed quite a lot with a new technique. What you're seeing on the screen now.
Yeah, 2 different runners discovered this technique of pickup sliding right around the same time, Chocoimo and Zelu. And we found practical applications of it, and we're still learning more things about it as time goes on.
Yeah, so we're going to be using the pickup slide to skip a few things, most notably Poe Souls later on. Right now it's just skipping a small key here in Faron. And so the run went from... It was just under 4 hours when I ran it in 2013, 2014. It was just any percent, but a bit longer. So any percent would have been sitting at around 320 at that time. And then it went all the way up to, past 24 hours with the first few runs of the pickup slide routes.
Yeah, 28 hours by Taka was the first run with the pickup slide route. Then I started running and took the record down to about 25 hours. Then left for a while and more things were found. And we did more research into the pickup slides themselves. and got the run down to where it is today at 14 hours.
Yeah, there's a very infamous video on TP low percent that you may have seen, and that was with a previous round.
So that was the easiest 15 by 15 level, the Master Sword, and the record is 5 seconds, which is the fastest record of all of the 15 by 15 levels. I obviously messed up a little bit there, so didn't get that fast. That's not right. This game takes a lot of focus.
Yeah, the memorization here is pretty wild, pretty crazy.
Okay, there we go.
Like that image right there in Skull Kid. Although you do like Skull Kid quite a lot, so I think you got that one pretty well memorized.
Yeah, I practiced the Skull Kid level a lot because originally I didn't like it, but with a lot of practice, it's not that bad. I might have messed up a little bit already on this level. We'll see later. I do have the hints on the sides, which will tell me if a row is completed by just going into the lighter gray.
There's
and
also...
It looks like everything was fine there.
You can also have it so, maybe not in this game, but like in Picross games in general, you can have it so if you try to do something that is not possible by the game rules, you can get a red outline around the row or column you're working on. So things like that can be really helpful when you're playing this game casually. Otherwise, both speedrunning too. Having them automatically grayed out, like just mentioned, and red outline. And also, when you get to 15 by 15, at least the game that I have on my phone, it says if there's like some really obvious ones, like there's just 15 by a row or a column, it asks me if it will just auto-fill out those 15 squares, or if it wants me to do it.
This game has a feature which is banned in speedruns called Hint Roulette, where it'll just fill out an entire row or column at the start of the level. We don't use it because that's cheap.
Anorakkis is also not using the original 3DS stylus, because that stylus is pretty small, so doing this after an hour, you might get some hand pain. So he has made sure to get a proper stylus.
Yeah, the first time I ran this game, back for that April Fool's joke, I got some pretty bad wrist pain, so definitely take care of your wrists. If you want to run this game, be sure to stretch them. It's a very important thing.
Before and after. Ideally.
I went a little wide and a little short. What did I do wrong?
Well, that one is supposed to be a 6.
There it is. Alright. Little mess up there. I was feeling pretty confident of this in practice, but I guess things are a little different on the main stage.
It can be a little bit difficult to make out what the image is until it's complete when the colors come in. Something that I will also notice for just playing it on a generic game on my phone is that I'm looking at the pixel art and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that is a, something. It's very simplified pixel art, but you can only do so much with 10 by 10 or 15 by 15. And some of the images here are, pretty well detailed for pixel art, I would say.
Yeah, they're generally pretty good. That's the second page completed, just 15 more levels in this main mode. This level, of course, being our trusty horse, Epona. And then we go to something that is not a horse, the Gorons next. You might notice I am playing with all of these levels already finished. I have all of them outlined on the level select, and that's just another thing that's allowed for probably preserving your records on your file. Just having them all completed, it makes no difference in the gameplay.
And in terms of loading times, I think you do save a little bit of time playing on the latest 3DS. Anorakkis is playing on one of the first 3DS that came out, so potential like time save of a few seconds over the course of the full run. But it's most noticeable in the beginning. The later, especially like the last section, have all the puzzles kind of loaded. You just kind of zoom in and out. But we'll get there when we get there.
That last level was a good example of diagonals. Diagonals are really hard in this game. I try to avoid them whenever I can, because the game tries to snap to just a straight line whenever it can. So in the previous level, I just did like squiggles instead of a full diagonal.
This one is pretty cute.
Yeah, I like this level. It's a nice, like, school yearbook photo of this Shadow Beast. Very cute.
You can see a 10 there, so that one will just be easy to fill out. Generally, what do you look for? Finding those big numbers right away when playing casually. But trying to actually play this game by just solving it regularly, by just looking at the numbers, would be very slow compared to what Anorakkis is doing.
I finished that level with erasing a block. That does finish the level slightly faster, but it finishes like 10 frames faster for some reason. But really hard for me personally to route in the erasing strats. It just doesn't work with my brain, so I try to avoid those whenever I can.
Speaking of racing, that would be cool to see a full game race between you and Simikins, maybe.
Yeah, Simikin's another good runner of this game, and Twilight Princess itself has most of the IL records at this point.
I suppose the joke is that this is Twilight Princess. When people think of TP, this is it. Because when you right-click Live Split, go into Edit Game, the first thing that pops up when you type in Twilight Princess is this game.
Yeah, my Nintendo Picross, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. It's just sooner alphabetically, so that's the default one.
Yeah, and this is one of the spin-off games of Twilight Princess. You also have Link's crossbow training, which we will, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how I look at it, will not be playing.
I'm sure Link's crossbow training is a great game.
I've never played it myself. Have you?
No, I haven't.
It would also be too short for this slide. You could play it twice. So another spin-off games that require precision. So it seems like the TP spin-off games just are precise aim-based games. This one is pretty funny because it's not obvious right away what it is if you miss the select from the main menu, but like suddenly there's a Zant jump scare.
Yeah, we saved the eyes for last, and bam, it's Zant. Then we go to the final boss of Twilight Princess, Ganondorf. Not the final boss of my Nintendo Picross, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, though this level is rather difficult to memorize.
And when it comes to memorizing Ganondorf in the main game, it is pretty easy to memorize, as that fight is very easy.
Yeah, the final fight against Ganondorf, which we'll be doing in roughly 14 hours, is the fastest fight in the game. The fastest boss fight. Now we get onto the 20 by 15 levels. There are just 5 of these, and a good time for these is also just under 20 seconds. I probably won't be getting that time on these, though.
See that satisfying row just doing that 20 at the bottom.
"24-second sumo, not bad." Sumo wrestling being one of the first things that comes after the rupee slide that we're seeing on the main game right now.
Yeah, the wrestling is it's pretty bad. Most categories of Twilight Princess encounter wrestling very early on, which is a good thing if you think about it, because you can get it over with quickly, and if it goes foul, you can just reset. But yeah, I'm not quite sure why they made it so difficult, because you gotta make sure, at least for one cycling, you gotta mash really quickly to defeat Bo, the mayor of Ordon Village.
This is one of my favorite levels with the spinner. Very satisfyingly symmetrical. I don't know if symmetrical was the right word there, because it has these weird things right here that are definitely not symmetrical.
Mostly symmetrical.
But that ending is pretty nice. 2 more levels in the main Picross category, and then we get to do them all again. But we'll get to that in a few minutes.
Yeah, just a reminder, we are doing this while waiting for the pickup slide to finish. It takes a little bit over an hour, so this is quite nice because it is just about an hour as well. Your PB being 105, I think?
Yeah, my PB for the category I'm running right now, any percent, is a 105 something. I'm not actually sure what the seconds are. I got it right before ESA. Alright, here we have the last level of the main Picross, which is Hyrule Castle itself. That was not quite right. And there that is. We're done with the main Picross levels themselves. Now we get to do it again in a mode which is called Mega Picross, which is nearly identical to normal Picross. The only difference is that sometimes it groups the rows into 2 instead of just doing 1. But the levels are identical, so because I basically don't look at the numbers anyway, we can just keep going.
Another interesting difference is that it's laggier.
Yeah, somehow they've made a Picross game laggy. I'm not sure how they did that. But you'll notice a bit more in the 15 by 15 levels that it does get a bit laggy, and hopefully doesn't mess me up a lot.
Yeah, so now we have different background music as well as different sound effects for...
That was nearly a really good level.
Nice.
That last swoop at the end is tough to get correctly. There is one more mode I'll be doing after this, which is called Micross. I haven't actually memorized the levels of Micross, but hopefully it won't take us too long. We'll be able to get back to the main Twilight Princess for the Nintendo GameCube on time.
And not for 3DS. Another thing about the pickup slide is that you don't actually need Link to be fully behind the thing he wants to clip through for it to work. The collision check is really far like behind him. So since he's wearing a shield, once the shield disappears, we don't have to wait much longer to be able to phase through the gate. luckily. If his like nose was the final, or actually in this case his fingertips, I suppose, had collision, then this slide would be much, much longer.
Yeah, a visual cue you can use for that is when Link's earring, that little blue circle on his ear, when that clips is right around the time we'll be pressing A to end the slide.
I can't even imagine how long the post slide would be if it was a different hitbox detection.
Oh yeah, it would be many times as long. Many times too long for ESA.
The whole marathon, like, will take a whole week.
I have run this in a different marathon before. I did run this at the really, really longathon last year. That was a jam. We were just vibing during the slide. It had like the DVD logo bouncing in the corner. It was a fun time.
No Picross though.
No Picross.
So the vibes weren't perfect. They were good, but could have been better. Yeah, TP does have its fair share of long categories, obviously with this one, but also 100% plus, as 100% gets stuff on the equipment screen, item wheel, etc. But it doesn't open every chest or fill out every map piece. So some runners wanted to play the game a little bit more, get some more stuff completed, and decide on a rule set that feels more complete, such as filling out the fishing log, and that takes a while.
Yeah, fishing in that run is a big RNG part. Fortunately, the RNG in low percent isn't too bad past the blue rupee that we've already seen the RNG for.
Yeah, I would say we got a little bit unlucky with the start of this run.
Yeah, it was a third try, which isn't awful.
So surely that means we'll get first try on the post skip. Well, yeah, post slide later.
Yeah. And after the post slide comes Stallard skip, which all of your donations met that incentive. We won't see that for another 12 or 13 hours, so hang tight for that.
Yeah, and the setup for the post slide later is a little bit more complex. I think it's a little cooler than this one.
Yeah, we have a bit more to work off of with the post slide.
We also have a consistent rupee.
Yeah.
A nice smiling Hylian shield.
Yeah. That's page 1 of Mega Picross done, and now we get to see the Master Sword again. Let's see if we can get that 6 or 5 seconds. Probably not, especially because of that lag spike. As I mentioned, with the 15 by 15 levels, you do see it lag a little bit more. But getting a 7-second Master Sword really isn't bad.
We still haven't really talked about what's at the top of the screen in the main game. We have position coordinates so that we can easily determine if we've moved far enough and if we're going in the right direction and what speed we have, etc.
Oh yeah, that's not part of the main game. We're cheating, but that cheat is allowed on the leaderboards to just display the coordinates for ease of
sanity,
knowing when you're going to clip.
Yeah.
It used to be a lot more relevant before we had the setups.
Yeah, Anorakkis has done a lot of great work for making these slides more consistent. And I believe TGD has also contributed to some of the setups.
Link1183.
Link, yeah.
Who held the record a bit before, also a really good runner, did some other work on the post slide specifically to come up with a better setup than I could come up with. So we'll be seeing that.
Yeah, it was really interesting to read the Discord and see that, you know, the topic of discussion was optimizing low percent slides in the extended categories channel.
Yeah, the community for Twilight Princess is really extensive, and there are lots of categories that get run this is on the extension category boards, which have a few more very interesting categories. I have run every category in Twilight Princess, except for the ones that I haven't run, which are just like 3 of them that were added later. Do we have any messages that could be read?
Well, I would like to just mention that we are here collecting money for Alzheimer Fonden, funding research into Alzheimer's disease, and hopefully eventually getting us to a state where we can maybe get rid of this completely. That would be an amazing thing. So let's get some of those donations in. We also have a couple of donation incentives and bid wars going on. So let me pull up a few things going on. So for example, there is a Final Fantasy run coming up where there are a couple of different characters that you can name. So if you want to vote for one of the current suggestions or submit your own, check that out. And there is also other ways to support the charity. So apart from the donations, we have our special edition shirt that we're selling at speedrun.store, where $8 of every sale will also go to the charity. Additionally, all of your subs and bits during this marathon will also go to Alzheimer Fonden. So you have a couple of different options to support the charity. So yeah, keep them coming.
Thank you. Yeah, very great cause, Alzheimer Fonden, that they've chosen to raise money for. Getting right along in these extra Picross stages, we have a few more. Which level is this? I wasn't paying attention. Alright, Gale Boomerang.
Thought that was Link slashing for a second, but it was with the boomerang indeed.
Gale Boomerang, a very important item in the main game of Twilight Princess, lets us move a lot faster, do jumps over gaps, I guess. We'll be getting that in a bit.
Yeah, luckily it is the first dungeon item, as it has so much utility that we get it early on. And the Wii version of this game cannot utilize boomerang long jump attacks, unfortunately. So that is like the main difference between GameCube and Wii runs. So we're playing the GameCube game, but running it on a Wii console, which is a very common configuration, as the Wii is just an amazing console. Much easier to get HD equipment for as well. Still possible to get lots of great quality out of the GameCube, but it tends to be a bit pricier.
Actually, we're playing the 3DS game right now.
Yeah, sorry.
3DS version of Twilight Princess, very high quality, very laggy. The GameCube version is also a little bit laggy sometimes. The Wii speedrun is actually really cool. Just doesn't get quite as much love because of the lack of some long jump attacks with the boomerang.
Though it does have some unique glitches that GameCube doesn't have. My favorite being the Iron Boots glitch that you can do in Gora Mines RTA. Another, well, you can do it in Gora Mines, but in that category it saves a lot of time.
Yeah, you can just walk on the ceilings without the iron boots in the Wii version, which is very satisfying. Messing up a little bit on Hylia there. That's one of the levels that I worry about. It's very complex, and apparently I'm doing it again. Just a misclick right there.
Gotta practice. Something that's pretty common with like details is like checkerboard, like chessboard, like image that you can see in the corners now. We're just adding a little bit of detail to a pixel art drawing.
Yeah, symmetry is also usually a thing. It's usually not diagonally symmetrical like that level is, but some pretty common Picross patterns are horizontally symmetrical. At least in the game on my phone. Now we're going through the Sky Cannon again.
Now the Sky Cannon will be pretty interesting in the run of the main game. We have some shenanigans we can do with this, with things surrounding the Sky Cannon when we get there.
So that's page 2 done of Mega Picross. One more page to go until we get to Micross, which we will talk about when we get there. Actually, it might be a good idea to talk about now because I'm going to have to be focusing a lot during Micross. I haven't memorized the levels, I'm just going to be reading them off of some cards that I have prepared. Micross is just a collection of levels that form to make a big picture, so none of the levels actually have much pattern in and of themselves. And it's 57 levels, which I did not feel like memorizing.
I don't blame you.
That would have been quite a lot to work through.
Yeah, some of the levels have just like, 11 squares filled out or something like that. We'll see one that I think is my favorite that you showed me yesterday.
Yeah, it's B5 if you look at it like a grid. But we'll see that in a bit. Now we get to go to the cute Shadow Beast again.
This time with lag. Got that checker symmetry thing at the top and at the bottom.
"17 seconds is really good. I think the record for that level is something like 14 seconds.
It's crazy to see how fast people go in the aisles.
Postman is the level we're doing right now. The only level that is actually different in Mega Picross compared to normal Picross in this game. I don't know why they changed it, but there is an extra block right there.
But yeah, when you're watching aisle records for this game, especially for a complex image, it just kind of looks like a task. And the reset count is probably very, very high.
Oh yeah, it is. I've spent probably 3 hours on a single level in one session before. For something that takes less than 20 seconds, it's kind of sad.
That's speedrunning for you. The real grind.
Now just 20 levels left. We're back to Skull Kid, which, as I said, I like this level.
It is pretty
satisfying.
He's got a very nice smile. He's very smug about it.
I put that squiggle in the wrong place. There we go.
The design of Skull Kid is like a mix of, Skull Kid from N64 Zeldas, but also the moon in Majora's Mask is like his face. It's a very nice detail.
I feel like the levels in Mega Picross follow a more logical progression for the game. I don't know why, but it starts with the easier levels and progressively gets a little bit more difficult. And the last few levels are like, it ends in a pretty iconic level of Link and stuff.
Now we can see that Link's hat has started to clip through the gate behind him. And the shield will soon follow. So whenever Anorakkis submits his PBs of this category, Twilight Princess low percent, not my Nintendo Picross Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess for the Nintendo 3DS, he likes to include an additional video that has the slides sped up, which is really satisfying to watch. Probably takes a while to render those videos, but it's worth it.
Yeah, the slide in Arbiter's Grounds, which we'll be doing later, I usually speed up to like 580 times because we move that slow.
Yeah, people like to go in and out of his stream and just see how far Link has slid. And I'm actually quite surprised to see the chat activity during the slides. It's fun to read back on. People have a nice cozy time in there during those really long ones, like the 9-hour slide.
Yeah, it's an interesting run because you kind of have to plan your day around it. Some runners prefer to run it while, like, have the long slide going while they're sleeping. That was not quite right. I once went to a wedding during a low percent speedrun. That was fancy. You have 9 hours and 40 minutes. You can just do whatever. You can go to work.
It was really great seeing you starting that stream in a suit. More speedruns should start that way. More PB videos should start with the runner in a suit.
Yeah.
And also, there is one PB where you...
Oh, that is a new IL world record for that level.
Oh, let's go!
By 1 second.
That came out of nowhere.
Yeah, that level was one that I didn't bother optimizing really well. Could definitely be a little bit better. Yeah, the previous record was 18 seconds by... I can't remember their name. It starts with a B, though.
Luckily, there's not that long of a username list to scroll through, so I think you'll find that person pretty quickly when you check on speedrun.com. But yeah, I was saying, there's also one PB that you have in, I believe, Four Swords, Legend of Zelda Four Swords, where in the background you have the Poe pickup slide going on in the background. So I can't imagine what the verifier of that game thought when they clicked on your run and saw that in the background.
Yeah, Four Swords. I need to go back and get a better PB in that game. It's a really fun game. Also a pretty small Zelda community. Most of Zelda speedruns are really cool people and really chill games. For a while, my all dungeons PB in Twilight Princess was also during a rupee slide. In my first run ever of low percent, which was 31 hours long, I was pretty dead at the end of it.
Yeah.
We have one more level in Mega Picross, and then we'll be going to Micross. If you look at the rupee slide going on right now, the coordinates in the top will be... you know, I'd have to look to tell you what they'll be at the end of the slide. It ends in 83.5. When I'll actually be able to press A and clip through the fence.
There's also something called early A press, which I'm not sure if it exists for this slide.
It does exist for this slide. It saves 40 seconds. You can press A 40 seconds early and potentially kill your run. Alright, that's it for Mega Picross. Now we go to Micross. And we'll be starting right into it by making the grid. So now I have a grid of 57 levels to work through. And I will not be talking much for these because I need to be referencing a notes for it.
Yeah, so as you can tell, we have different background music again. So for the 3 main sections of this run, the 3 like categories that it's gone through, this being the last one, you get different background music, you get different sound effects. This one is like sort of the Ganondorf's Tower theme. Not sure which exact version. I know Wind Waker uses this. I think it's originally from A Link to the Past. I might be wrong about that though. It's a very, very nice theme. And it makes sense as we're like making our way to the end of the game. And we have Ganondorf's ominous music playing.
Hey, Anorakkis.
Yes.
I have some more rupees here. Sorry, donations here. We have time for some messages.
Yes, we do.
Absolutely. So, Mortified the Penguin donates $25 with the message, can anyone explain why there's a Twilight Princess game window running alongside the 14-hour Picross stream?
Absolutely, yeah. We're doing a pickup slide, and Link is moving backwards very, very slowly over time. This slide takes a bit over an hour, and at one point his collision will be past the fence here, so we can turn around and just phase through it.
Yeah, this game doesn't quite have enough content to be playing for 14 hours straight. There's a big L right there. But then we go to the next level, which is actually just a big L.
There we go. That's my favorite. Besides Skull Kid. Yeah, so there's a missing frame in the animation of Link being in the get item state, so he is moving very, very slowly in a direction, and we've set up the angle, did a precise setup at the beginning to make sure we get the angle that we want, so we're moving in the correct direction. And luckily, the gate does not need to be in front of Link to clip. So you can see that his shield is phased through, his hat is like halfway through. So you can try this at home. I recommend trying one of the setups so you can actually make sure that you have good speed. But being in like any get item state and then just leaving your console running, you can go to sleep like on the next day and hopefully Link will have moved. It would be really, really useful in Twilight Princess HD if it was fast, because early Master Sword is patched in that game. So what we can do is do a pickup slide on seeds for like slingshot seeds to phase through an invisible wall, or multiple, I'm not sure how many they put up there, in North Faron. So if there was a way to do that quickly, the HD version could also do early Master Sword, which would be really, really good.
Yeah, there's a video of the whole process to get early Master Sword in TPHD, and it is quite funky. I do have the Micross world record as well. I have actually all of the full game world records for this game, though I think it isn't verified yet. Anyway. This ideally would be roughly 12 minutes. We'll see how close to that I can get, and especially if I can get it before we need to finish the slide up.
Yeah, if we have some more donations to read, that would be a good time.
Absolutely. We do have a donation here from Ernst, donating $20 and saying, earlier this day, I donated 20 and said I donate another 20 if someone can explain why we never have C64 games in the marathon. But immediately afterwards, work struck hard and I couldn't follow the stream any longer. So I just assumed the question was answered here. Here's another $20. Now, let's stare at some rupees together. Good luck for the Twilight Princess run. Thank you, Ernst.
Thank you, Ernst.
And that also went to naming the Final Fantasy character Amaranth Steiner instead.
That was satisfying at the end there.
Yeah, when you can just fill in a bunch of rows at the same time, it's very nice.
It is a pretty famous image that's being drawn here with all of these puzzles. Whenever we zoom out, you might be able to tell what it is now. If you have a keen eye.
This level has a lot of diagonals, which are very difficult. But didn't give me much trouble there. Very nice.
Can start to make out the Hylian shield there. Which is pretty complex. And sometimes a rower column will just have a 0 if there's nothing. I do recommend people at home to try this game. It is one of the more interesting phone games that I've tried.
There we go. Ooh, big diagonal on the next one. That's what can happen with diagonals, just snapping over to wherever it feels.
Yeah, at least there's no more latency in this final mode.
Oh, I forgot an entire section. Cool. Okay.
You got 2 10s there, but as you can see, Anorakkis is filling them out. Well, this one he says that he doesn't have fully memorized, but you know, in the previous ones, you would follow the pattern that he has memorized, so he would, instead of just going straight to the easy one. And I assume if you start doing things out of order, then you can mess up muscle memory for the planned route of each puzzle.
Very satisfying level there.
Link's ear is about to clip.
We're halfway through Micross now, with a 519 so far.
I believe this slide doesn't have the bopping up and down, but the post slide has that, which is very interesting. We'll see that in about 13 hours.
Yeah, this slide, there isn't a great visual cue for when we end, apart from the earring, and even that's not a very good visual cue. The coordinates sheet that we are using is just the best way to tell.
Getting past the Hylian shield now. Some of the later ones here will be a bit quicker, because we don't have to fill out what's the background image, so... Like we saw with that L earlier, just having the white background and just barely filling out any squares. Or I suppose a grey background.
There we go. Hope that was right.
I can't really I can't really undersell like how impressive it is to memorize this much. Like this is the only thing that like he hasn't memorized fully, but like all the previous things that he's done up until this point is in his head, and it's very impressive.
Yeah, I only really started practicing this game when Low Percent got accepted into ESA, so this is only about a month's worth of effort.
That's really nice.
Pretty quick to pick up this game. Ooh, the music changed there.
Now we're getting serious.
Last 3 rows.
Big contrast between the last one and this one.
That wasn't right. There. Okay. Where am I going? Go. Some of these levels a little bit more difficult than others, because it's all going to form a big image. As Skyrion said, we don't have to fill out all of the background, and so that level, just a simple lambda, is not too bad. This level also not too bad.
This trick is often called rupee slide, but it's technically just a pickup slide. It works on any item where Link is in that get item state, but rupees are very common to come by. An interesting difference between the SD versions of Twilight Princess versus the HD version, so the GameCube and Wii versions versus the Wii U version, is that on the Wii U version, when you get an item text for a rupee, like a blue rupee, you only get that once ever in that playthrough. Whereas in the GameCube and Wii versions, if you save the game and reload, that flag gets unset so you can get the item text again. Which is actually really important for a fair amount of categories, because we actually use this get item state specifically with rupees for other tricks and not just pickup slides. The most infamous one, besides this one, being skipping the Kakariko Gorge using a rupee to stop Link's momentum, so we can do what's called a rupee roll, rolling past the gate and sliding down onto the other side of the, or not gate, fence, I mean. And the discovery of using a rupee to stop Link's momentum changed the routing for any percent. We knew that it was still possible to skip the gorge by getting across the fence, but we used to do what we have called a zombie hover, that is very similar to like the pressing of B in the Wind Waker. Although in that game, to zombie hover, which is what that trick is actually called, you would have to press it much more quicker. But you would do quote-unquote zombie hover in TP for a little bit over a minute, I think. And every time you press B to do a jump slash, you would go further along the fence until you reach a certain point where you can go over the fence. And the rupee roll saved a lot of time over that, because you just close the item box and then input a control stick direction to roll from a standstill and then get across like that. So it's very fortunate that we can reset the get item state for rupees by just saving and reloading the game.
Okay, 5 units left, it looks like, on the rupee slide. The units in-game are very, very small. I don't know if it corresponds to pixels or not, but very small units.
Yeah, like, we, as much as probably other communities also like to say, it's pixel perfect, whereas in reality, using pixel can be finicky. Angles in TP range from 0 to, I believe, 65,000. So saying that something is pixel perfect when you're aiming, for instance, it's just like a conventional thing to say, but...
Yeah, the game doesn't actually have enough resolution to display as many angle values as we have. So, like, every 8 angles visually looks the same, roughly, in the game.
Yeah, we'll be seeing a trick later on in the run where that comes into play. We refer to something as having 1 or 2 pixels to work with. That's just the measurement of what we can see the angle change visually, but in reality, there's a lot more angles than that. Really ramping up with the music now. We're at the final row, it looks like.
Yeah, final row, just 5 levels left, I believe. 5 levels.
Oh yeah, so the early A press that we talked about earlier, how you can save potentially 40 seconds by doing an early A press to close this text box in Twilight Princess, not in My Nintendo Picross Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess for the 3DS. In the post light later on, the one that's much longer, it saves way more than 40 seconds, but it still runs into the same issue of risking the run to killing the run over something as small as just saving a little bit of time comparatively.
Yeah, early A-press is not something I even go for in PB attempts, unless I am really salty, I guess. But that doesn't usually happen. Last level here. I don't think we have a separate timer going on for this game, but if so, time is coming up.
I actually forgot to look at the timer when we started, and I thought you timed it on your phone, but it was something else. Yeah, salty run back of low percent isn't
there we go.
Thing.
And I believe that's even a Micross world record by 3 seconds.
Let's go!
So yeah, that is My Nintendo Picross The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess for the Nintendo 3DS. It is a very long title, but a very short game. And we can switch back to the Wii footage, which is... we have like a few more minutes until we can press A. So,
yeah, contrary to what popular belief, this is not the main game. That was just the bonus game. Should submit that to Miiverse.
Miiverse unfortunately not being available anymore, and clicking on that button just prompts you to update your game, or update your firmware, software update, whatever that's called. It's a useless button these days.
That's the same for Tingle in Wind Waker HD. I believe that's also the Miiverse. Yeah.
Also Miiverse. Rest in peace, Miiverse.
Yeah, big shoutouts to the tech team at ESA for allowing us to do this dual setup here. It's very cool to get twice the TP action. So earlier we were talking about the coordinates, what to look for.
Yeah, the slide will end when we're at negative 31,483.5, which we're moving at a speed of 0.007812 units per second. Very, very fast speed here. It'll just be a couple more minutes until we get there.
Yeah, and with a category such as this, like, you don't want to go for that risky early A press and have to do it all over again.
And this is just a small taste of the run that is low percent. We'll be looking at a blue rupee for much longer later in the run.
Always a blue one.
Yeah, there just isn't any other anything else that's convenient to look at.
But yeah, like I mentioned earlier, it would also work with yellow or red or whatever. Any item really that you get this animation for. But yeah, blue is very common. Although here we had to hope for good like rupee spawn. Like first of all, having the rupee spawn instead of a green one or a heart, which we did see. But also having it fall in the right spot, making sure that we push the bokoblin into the corner there. And later on, for the post slide, we won't have to worry about that aspect of it.
Yeah.
Although maybe there were a little bit of a randomness to the bounce. I think I read something about you guys talking about that. But you can set it up much more nicely with the pod.
Yeah, when we have a fixed location, we can get the post slide, the other rupee slide in the run, to about 78% consistency. Hopefully we'll get that first try in about 2 hours. A little under 2 hours. If we have any messages that could be read, I guess this is a good time.
Awesome. I want to remind you all about the prizes that we have throughout this marathon. So when you donate to Alzheimerfonden, you are also potentially entered into winning these prizes, assuming you meet the various minimum donations for that. And we have different prizes every day that you can check on the esamarathon.com website. We also have our grand prizes they are like for cumulative donations throughout the week. Among those, for example, we have a gorgeous looking custom ESA PlayStation 5, which you are entered into the drawing if you make a minimum of $250 cumulative donations over the week. And as I said, for the other prizes, there are a whole bunch of them, ranging for all the way for minimum donations of $5. So do check out the website at esamarathon.com and check out those prizes and get your donations in. And with that, let's get back to the run.
Thank you, Zeta. Yes, let's get back to this riveting gameplay right here.
Yeah, if we discovered a way to speed this up, it would be obviously massive.
If you're playing this on emulator, you can just hold tab, I believe, to speed it up like 4 times. We're not playing on emulator. I do find it interesting that they chose to capitalize the R in rupee in the text box. Looks kind of weird.
You're also always reminded of what the value is. And I believe on your offline picture, you're reminded of something a little bit different.
Yeah. We're approaching the end of the slide here. I think for marathon safety, I'll just go a little bit longer. I gave myself a very generous estimate that we shouldn't go over with the RNG that we've gotten. So, wait just probably less than a minute longer than normal.
Yeah, and it was the beginning of the run that had the worst RNG. There's still like some RNG parts coming, but just getting this slide started was the main thing. And yeah, the music is still the enemy music playing as there's still, I believe, one bokoblin left alive.
Yeah, we still have the combat music. You can actually hit the bokoblin on the other side of the fence through the fence, but it's not worth it. You can get a blue rupee from that if you're really desperate. But it is the same RNG chance.
And something that's also annoying about the enemy music is that during Midna's Desperate Hour, it will overwrite the Midna's Lament.
Alright, I am plugging in my controller now. And I'll be pressing A once it crosses the next unit barrier. And we're through! Now we get to the actual interesting part of the run. In a normal any percent speed run, you save Tallow in this cage up here in about 4 minutes. I don't think we're quite going to beat that time in this run. Maybe this is not that great. And then we'll be getting to a little bit more RNG right after.
We love RNG.
Perfect.
Roll didn't lose any time there though. Because like the bokoblins have to die, like poof, before that cutscene will play.
Yeah, there is... You have to break the cage and kill the bokoblins to trigger that cutscene. So there is a speedrun, no save and quit, that doesn't have a sword at that point and has to push the bokoblins all the way to the shop where a bird will swoop in and kill the bokoblins for you just to trigger that cutscene and move on with the game. Very fun category.
We also saw our first case of blinking while advancing text there. There are a lot of NPCs in this game that will blink when you advance to the text box. And since we can advance text by pressing A and B, alternating between A and B, ideally every other frame, you can see some NPCs blinking pretty quickly. Here we have goats. So at the beginning of most categories, we have goats and bow, two RNG filled parts of the run. This is very controllable, but it's difficult. It's like pseudo RNG, similar to the gate. It's very difficult to control the goats properly, but that 20-second time is really good. Anything below 20 is absolutely great, and then like when you're approaching 30, it's like you're tempted to reset. But we're not tempted to reset after what just had transpired earlier.
Yeah, the world record for goats is, I believe, 15.31 seconds, which is very fast.
So, since we did back in time at the beginning of the game, and we saved on the title screen, we inherited all the properties of the title screen Link. Because when you just leave the game running at the start, Link will ride across Hyrule Field with Epona, and that Link is not just, it's just not a movie that's playing, it's actually, like, the map is loaded and that's Link in the game with certain items and certain things done. And so when we saved on the title screen, we got everything that Link had, which was Epona tamed, which allows us to talk to Bo, the mayor of Ordon Village here, and wrestle him for the Iron Boots. Usually this is orchestrated with like a Goron knocking you down in Death Mountain. It will play a cutscene. We have to advance those text boxes normally because we have not been in Death Mountain yet.
Yeah, that cutscene, as it's broken, we can use it to get into Goron Mines in a different way, which is relevant in the Goron Mines RTA speedrun. Bo already giving me bad RNG. Normally you want to him to just sidestep, but opting to grab me instead, and this is good for marathon luck. Let's go.
Yeah, so this is basically rock, paper, scissors, except that you're mashing 12-13 hertz optimally to one cycle. So yeah, either Bo doing nothing or sidestepping, so you can slap him, which will push him a little bit backwards, and then you can grab him and ideally get him off in one round. Let's see what the second round holds for us.
Sidestepping right away, that is perfect RNG, and I'll just be pushing him off straight away.
Very nice. Setting one frame there by targeting Bo before talking to him. Very nice.
And that gets us our second item in the game, the Iron Boots, which Normally we'd get those a lot later, like Skyriana was mentioning, but we will not be returning to Ordon Village itself for the rest of the run, and we'll actually be blocking ourselves off from it in a little bit. Now would be a good time for some donations.
Certainly. We have a donation from Karen donating $5 with the message, "You got a blue rupee." 5 within parentheses. We also have a $10 anonymous donation saying, "Psyched, I got to see a world record run. Oh, also the rupee is nice. Beautiful shade of blue."
It's a good rupee. Now we're going to be going to the sewers. I did save right outside of Bo's house. Take a mental note of that. It'll be important later. It'll be on the test. The sewers is a very satisfying little bit of the run with very smooth movement. Not a lot of tricks to talk about.
I guess now we can talk about sort of like how this run will be. Like, what's the goal here? The goal is to defeat Ganondorf at the end of the game, and to get there we need to do a lot of things. And so at the beginning here we're just kind of going through early game where we have a lot of scripted sequences. We need to just do stuff that's similar to a casual playthrough at first, but then once we escape Ordon, things will change a lot. Right here, Anorakkis will go for box break.
And miss it.
Sadly.
There is a small frame window to break that box early, which saves 3 frames. It saves more if you do that instead. And 1 frame to dash there. There are a bunch of moments where we have 1 frame to do an input, and some of them save time. Hopefully we'll see a few of those later in the sewers themselves.
So, wolf link movement. Suddenly we're a wolf. How did that happen? Well, this game has cutscene skipping, so we just skipped the cutscene where Link got transformed into a wolf. This is the wolf tutorial part of the game, and ideally we want to dash cancel before jumping off of a ledge if we're going to dash again immediately. I believe it's like a 10 frame window, so as long as you interrupt the dash by either jumping off of a ledge or climbing out of water, then you can dash again immediately. So we'll be seeing that soon.
Yeah, wolf generally moves faster than human, as long as you can keep your speed all very well preserved.
Yeah, it depends on the area of the game. Castletown is infamous for having really, really slow movement speed as wolf, but you could stay human and just do rolling there, or you could do continuous dash cancelling, which we will see later on in the run.
Paused early. Yeah, skipping cutscenes is just pressing start 2 times at the start of a cutscene and trying to skip it as soon as possible. Sometimes you'll press it early, like I did there.
And that was text displacement, or the technique for text displacement anyway. Allows him to mash through that last text box.
And I skipped another mid-text right there by jumping just a little left of the trigger.
That is actually a lot harder than it looks, because you want to make sure that the rocks fall down, but that you move far enough left so you don't hit the spot where Midnight will give you a text box. And this is where she teaches you about midnight jumps. So we're unlocking more and more wolf movement as we go along. At the beginning of this map, we didn't have a button for sense, but then after one small little cutscene, that got filled, so now we can press X to do senses, and here we learned midnight jumping. And like Anorakkis mentioned earlier, there's 1 frame in between text boxes where you can do a jump. So there was one there, he unfortunately missed it. There'll be another one right here after this cutscene. Just gonna skip the cutscene and then do a jump attack, like that, to skip the midnight text, saving like 2 seconds maybe?
Yeah, it can't be more than 2. There is a jump there that saves 0.3 seconds that I always go for. I missed it there. We'll get a chance to see it later, hopefully. If you jump a little bit too far right, you end up in the void and look stupid.
But if you get it, you get so much swag points.
Coming up after this section is a trick known as Sword and Shield Skip. I'll let Skyrion explain that.
Yeah. Sword and Shield Skip is like the barrier to entry for people who are looking into learning how to speedrun Twilight Princess. We do have great tutorials on it. ZSR has a lot of great information on it. We have video tutorials, And then you can just join the Discord and be like, hey, I'm struggling with the Sword and Shield skill, what should I do? And you'll have like 3, 4, 5 people at the same time responding to you. So people are really nice and really eager to get new people to get into the game with really helpful tips. But yeah, we're basically going to be avoiding a trigger. So we have a Sword and a Shield that we got from the title screen link when we saved. We got that from him. But it's not in our equipment screen. We only have them visually and we can use them for combat, but the game doesn't really consider us to have the items officially. So normally at this point in the game, you would go into Ordon Village, like Midnight is saying here, but we're just mashing through the text, to go and get the Sword and Shield, get the Ordon Sword and the Ordon Shield. We actually have the Hylian Shield here, because that's what the title screen link had. So yeah, we would get them in Ordon Village, but due to doing a back-in-time save, like saving on the title screen, we cannot go to Ordon Village and get the items. The village is in a different state. So we have to do this trick, where we're luring the Bulblin named Hugo across this bridge. Luckily he follows us for as long as we'd like, otherwise this wouldn't be possible. I'm going to use this Bulblin to perform a long jump attack, which is a technique that's intended in the game to make boss fights a bit more flashier and to like reach enemies that are further away from you. And it is very precise.
Don't like that position.
Yeah, make sure. Anorakkis gonna make sure he takes his time to get a position he likes.
Also don't like that.
Failing this trick means setting it up again, where you gotta have him cross the bridge. We want to push him away from the wall so that his back is facing the trigger.
Just a little
Just
short.
a little short, yeah. It's unfortunate. So triggers in this game tend to be, we believe them tend to be oval shaped. Not in all cases, but like if you land in the middle there, it's you don't have to go as far. So basically there are two triggers. There's a ground trigger and an air trigger. The ground trigger is Midna saying, hey, you don't have the sword and the shield, you need to go back and get them from the village. Which we would love to do if it was possible as like a backup or something like that. Or just like for newer players, because this is a really, really hard trick. But we can't due to the village being a different state, like I mentioned, so we need to go past that trigger and activate the air trigger, which is Midna letting us into the Twilight, a little cutscene that plays once you go far enough forward. So we're using Hugo here to get a jump with great enough speed, like distance and height, to make it so far that we only touch the air trigger, or that at least we touch the air trigger first, and that will take priority over the ground trigger. So we will gain access to Faron and leaving this village. But yeah, it is very, very hard. So it usually takes some time setting up.
First frame jump there.
Yeah, so
I mash, I get excited when I get a good position.
that was a really good position, but getting a first frame jump attack there after the back hop means that we'll hit him at too much speed.
This is not surprising that I'm failing this trick. This is one of the hardest tricks in the game.
Yeah.
But not the hardest trick we'll be doing in this run, thanks to your donations.
Yeah, we got something special planned for the fourth dungeon.
The fourth dungeon, which will be the second dungeon we complete in this game.
Right. Yeah, so this is low percent, of course, so we don't want to do all the dungeons, but in any percent you also skip some dungeons. You don't need to complete all the dungeons to complete the game. There are some dungeons we only visit to get the dungeon item and then leave. We'll talk more about that when we get there. A lot of things in Twilight Princess are just like really lucky, like the fact that this guy can follow you for as long as you want, and we'll see more later how like there's something placed in the map that happened to save us from soft locking. There we go.
Yeah, that was very nice RNG from Hugo there. Basically just went straight to the spot.
Yeah, so Hugo can have 3 states. He can either be completely idle, where it's really easy to push him into the spot where we want him to be. He can also be fighting against that, and then he can also be attacking. So the RNG there can be pretty bad sometimes.
And now we'll be getting our first portal in the run. These portals count against us for low percent, so we need to try to get as few of these portals as possible. I believe technically a task would skip this portal. Doing so requires a lot of frame-perfect inputs in a row, and is definitely not human viable. We have to frame-perfectly match for like A and B 15 times a second each for about 2 or 3 seconds, I think. So not interested in doing that. Where am I going?
Yeah, so this is where we learn the midnight charge attack. So to defeat shadow beasts, if one is left alive, it will scream and revive the others. So we're gonna make sure we kill the last two in like one animation. Like either with one midnight charge, targeting them both, or with a quick spin as human, or spin attack. You can also kill them with a roll stab if they're positioned close to each other.
So we're in a Twilight, which has a bunch of bugs that we can normally kill and get some tears and make this place no longer dark. But we don't care about this place, so we're just not going to do that. This is going to remain in Twilight for the rest of the run.
Yeah, and actually during the credits sequence, we will get to see this map. And if you didn't clear the Twilight, that will be still be shown.
So as we're going across to our next trick, I believe we have a time for a donation.
Fantastic. We have a $20 donation from Pendle Steven with the message, "Finally done staring at the rupee. Time for the daily donation." Thank you, Steven.
Thank you, Stephen. So this is the room that we stared at that rupee in for a full hour and probably 16 minutes. The gate at the end of this room is still closed. We never opened it. So I need to somehow get through it. For a long time, we didn't know that you could. We didn't know a way to do that. It was in late 2020 that we kind of rediscovered an old trick that lets us clip through this. We just stand right here, line it up somewhere around there, and side hop through. Might take me a few attempts. I'm used to playing on CRT, which has different edge of screen stuff. There we go. So that was really the pivotal thing that drove this run to be... the first record with that was 20 hours, and then down to 15. Now we're doing a trick called Early Master Sword, which is just a jump out of bounds. I did miss it there. Also a fairly precise trick, but less punishing to fail than Sword and Shield Skip. Hopefully I'll get this in a few tries.
Yeah, this is also a bit tricky to learn, but just like Sword and Shield Skip, a lot of people will help you out if you have any questions about this in the TP Discord. And the best way is to just record your gameplay and just like show a clip, and we'll be able to analyze exactly what went wrong. I think about TP is that people like to say that it's a very feel-based game.
There we go.
Nice. Which it definitely is. But yeah, we do have figured a lot of stuff out. It's just kind of difficult to explain. So this is, yeah, Early Master Sword. We're in Sacred Grove way earlier than we're supposed to. Luckily, that out-of-bounds section has solid collision, so we could just run up there for a while and then just make the jump down there.
Yeah, in Twilight Princess HD, they added a bunch of invisible walls, and they changed the UI of those shadow beasts. Or the AI, not the UI. They look more or less the same. To make it so that you basically couldn't do this trick. We still have a way with a long pickup slide with some seeds, so you can stare at seeds for a long, long time to make that work as well on HD. It takes way too long for it to be useful in any category.
And I actually did a quick climb there to get up to Skull Kid, but if you blinked you would have missed it. There'll be some more spots where we do a quick climb, just squeeze Link in between some geometry and he will pop up. There are some spots that are more consistent than others. Just basically skips the climbing animation like right here.
So Skyrion, why do we get the Master Sword so early? What's it useful for?
Well, the Master Sword allows us to transform between wolf and human at will, which normally happens after you've completed 3 dungeons. So having this early allows us to sequence break a lot more, because we can enter Twilights and then be human if we want to, which we make use of in a lot of categories in this game. It speeds up movement as well, as generally wolf moves faster than human, so having the ability to just transform into wolf and then move faster for a section, and then go back to human later for maybe like a glitch or a trick is really useful to have early on. Early Master Sword is a staple of 3D Zelda speedrunning, at least like Ocarina of Time has it also really early. Anything to get the Master Sword early in a Zelda game is usually a good thing. Breath of the Wild also has lots of cool things with Master Sword early.
Yeah, it sort of breaks this game open, and it lets us skip the Twilight that we were going through earlier. We wouldn't be able to leave it without the Master Sword.
Yeah, because when you enter a Twilight, you turn into a wolf, and the only way to turn back into human is to cleanse that whole area, completing the Twilight. But yeah, the game doesn't have a check for, you know, using the transform option, because you're not supposed to have it at that point, so there's no need to.
I'm trying to collect rupees between the cycles here. The rupee route, we need a lot of rupees in this run. I'll be trying to collect as many as I can. We need them. We need 300 rupees in order to fix the cannon to go to City in the Sky, and we get about 220 just with the route normally. Getting really good rupee RNG there. 14 rupees is really good. That's the Skull Kid fight, and we just have a puzzle to do, and then the Master Sword itself.
Yeah, so Anorakkis was attacking the puppets there, ideally just killing one of them. They can start the countdown timer for Skull Kid for him to blow his horn, then just kind of waiting around for him to do that, so he becomes vulnerable, and collected rupees in the meantime.
So this puzzle is very fun. I'm going to be trying to do some frame... Well, there are 2 frames for these inputs to make the screen flash a little bit. See how many of these I can get. That's about the only interesting thing about this puzzle.
Yeah, there are a few different ways you can do this puzzle. You can also do it mirrored, of course. But yeah, most runners will do it the way Anorakkis is doing it right now. As a kid, this might have taken you quite a while. I know it took me quite a while to figure this out, but once I had the solution, I would write it down in a little note and have it in my game case. But at this point, I've done this puzzle so many times that, yeah, there's no need for notes on this. It's a pretty simple solution as well. There's not like a crazy left, right, up, down combination to memorize.
Yeah, it's just draw a rectangle. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Now after that, we get the Master Sword, and we have a 2-minute unskippable cutscene. Where Midna's talking about what to do next, I guess. So while that's going, we have time for a donation.
Excellent. So, Glitches and Stuff is sending us $25 with a message, love to see some low percent represented at an ESA. What a rush that Rupee Slide was. Good luck in the rest of the run. Thank you, Glitches.
Thank you, Genius.
And we also have a $30 donation from Papa Jen. Hey all, this is not how I remember my TP playthrough. Greetings to Hugo, and I must say I would like to see more rupees. That blue one was spectacular.
Oh, we will be seeing more. Thank you. So, our next objective in the run is to get the Gale Boomerang, which helps us with a lot of skips, lets us do jumps over long distances. We'll be explaining that a bit later. Just going straight to the Forest Temple, which has that item. We'll be doing some magic with Back in Time at the start, not to be confused with Bit Magic. That's a Skyward Sword thing.
Yeah, Back in Time being English in multiple 3D Zelda games, having its most uses in Skyward Sword, having a decent use in TP, and then the Wind Waker, Majora's Mask, and maybe OT as well, not 100% sure, has some like things that look like Back in Time where you can like sort of get a weird title screen, or like you can get the title screen in another map. but you can't really do anything that we can in Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword with it. So a lot of the games share the same engines, just modified, so sometimes you have things like that where it persists across games.
And very important, the same Shadow Beast fight that I did early Master Sword on, I will be skipping that portal. If I don't skip that portal, I have to go back to the previous save and do it all over again. So hopefully I will remember to do that jump again.
Yeah, and he did not get first try early Master Sword, so he made sure to not accidentally kill those Shadow Beasts, and he just did quick spins instead. Because if you just do quick spins, then the last Shadow Beast will stay alive and revive the others. If you're doing a midnight charge, you might accidentally lock onto both of those two last Shadow Beasts, and if you do that, then you just have to panic save the game and retry, because as soon as you kill both of them, a cutscene will play, and that's it. You will have gotten the portal.
Yeah, honestly, might just save right now as a safety save.
Yeah.
In case I forget.
There are a few points in the run where safety saving is a good idea. For runs in general, because it's such a long run, but especially at a marathon.
That was my bow save. Oh well.
Oh well.
And this fog disperses with the lantern. It doesn't look like that because it's not supposed to do that in the Twilight, and that's what normal fog does to you. Because I failed to pull the lantern, we'll just be rolling across here, as it is the shortest path.
Yeah, so the visual doesn't really update as quickly as the mechanic of the fog, so it looks like you should be the fog should make you respawn here, but as long as you swing the lantern at certain points, then you'll be fine. Gonna do the gate skip one more time because it's still closed. And so we're hitting the gate, making it swing, and then side hopping into it, into the middle, in between, so that we can squeeze through. It doesn't look like Wolfling should be able to fit through, but he does, which is really convenient, and also why this wasn't discovered like early on.
Giving me a little bit of troubles here.
It is a fairly precise clip.
I don't know why I am jump attacking there.
Yeah, you can get a frame perfect A-press and get like a jump attack that's like down right towards the camera. And then sometimes the B attack will just miss the gate completely. This is one of the, I would say this is a much harder gate to do the side up gate skip with. There's another one later.
There we go.
No. For Lanayru province, which is much easier. So there aren't many categories that...
First try.
Nice. That was a fast, slow swing, as we call it. So the Shadow Beast can either swing slowly or quickly, like the animation of the swing, but then like the downtime, like when he will do the swing is also random. So he did that slow swing really quickly, like he started the swing up right away. So as long as you can react to that, that is the best thing for him to do.
Now we're entering the Forest Temple, and I'll be doing a trick right at the start called Forest Temple Back in Time, where we do back in time from the Forest Temple. Make sure I save so that I don't have to do EMS again. And I saved over my bow save. Normally I'd load that save here and it would spawn me into the King Bulblin 1 fight. But turns out you can do the same result by just game overing. It is a bit slower, but a pretty convenient backup.
Yeah, very good that this is a backup that's possible to do. You can choose to do this as the regular strat for a 90% category variation.
So we spawned into the King Bulblin 1 fight and reset and skip the cutscene, and that makes the game think that we've saved however many monkeys it thinks we've saved, like 30 or something. There are 8 monkeys in this dungeon. and we aren't actually going to beat this dungeon. But the game thinks we've saved all of them. Kind of. If we want to go to the final boss, we actually have to go and properly save them. But it's useful for getting across to the mini-boss of this dungeon, Ook will be seeing in a couple of rooms.
Yeah, early boss flag is a bit complicated to explain, but basically the flag gets shared across like certain points in the game. So boss fights, as well as the monkeys here in Forest Temple. And so what happens is that when that fight loads in, you get a high like boss flag value. And then once the cutscene is over, or when you skip it, it ticks down from around 40-something to 0. But if you reset the game before it has fully like faded out, then the value will freeze. So you still have some like boss flag value left. And all you need for this, I believe, is 2. But yeah, having just some value for the boss flag is enough for the monkeys here to just appear out of nowhere. And it will eat like some of the value, but still be enough to use it later on.
Yeah, it'll make another appearance in Lakebed Temple. And voila, we've saved 4 monkeys.
Yep.
Now we go across to Ook, which is another RNG part of the run. Specifically, the number of hops that Ook does is random. It has no cap. It will be at least 2.
Yeah, the highest we've seen, I believe, is 25 or 27, something like that.
Yeah. Something up there.
Yeah, so we needed those monkeys to cross that bridge, which Ook destroyed. And before that was discovered, we used to do a clip on the bridge for the left in that area. But you would have to play through the dungeon a bit more to get to that point, because we needed a small key. And we don't like small keys in low percent.
5 hops, it looks like.
And because we have the Master Sword, we can one-cycle Ook. The Master Sword essentially deals double damage over the Ordon Sword, although damage is also like a little bit complicated to explain, and we haven't fully understood it yet, but as a rule of thumb, the Master Sword does twice that damage that the Ordon Sword does.
And the wooden sword does half as much damage as the Ordon Sword. You can get through a surprising amount of the game with just the wooden sword, but you can't beat the game. There are a couple of bosses that require the Master Sword. Well, at least the Ordon Sword.
So this is the infamous Gale Boomerang, the most broken item in the game. Luckily, it is one that we get pretty early on. So we'll make sure to utilize it a lot. And then Midna has a text box for us right after this, but if we save the game and reset before that, then we'll skip it. So that was all that we needed to do in Forest Temple. I'm gonna leave the dungeon and try to get out of like early game essentially. Get into Hyrule Field and get stuff going.
Yeah, fortunately we don't have to finish the Forest Temple. We don't have to finish most of the dungeons in this game. But the game does check for some specific things for story progression. It just doesn't bother to check if we finish the Forest Temple.
Yeah, it's a common theme to check for the last thing in a chain of events. So we'll see that later in the later dungeons, how it doesn't bother to go through all the checks, because it assumes that there's no way you'll be in this certain point in the game without having done previous things.
So now that we have the Gale Boomerang, we're able to do a trick here known as Faron Escape, where by lining myself up right next to a trigger, I can jump over that trigger. This trigger is Midna popping out and telling me, hey, aren't you forgetting the whole Twilight thing that you're in?
As well as the Forest Temple.
Yeah, and the Forest Temple, but I don't need to see that, I can just leave.
Nice. Yeah, that is actually a lot harder than it looks. You don't have much room to stand on. Like you need to be very close to the trigger to pull that off. Getting that first try, setting it up that quickly is very nice.
Also, sorry for all of the Postman lovers out there, but if I see the Postman in this run, I have to reset and go to a previous save. So there is a Postman trigger coming up, which I'll try to jump over. I'm going to do a safety save just in case. It wouldn't lose that much time if I failed it. And there it is. We have skipped the mailman.
Heard the sound of the bomb skit there approaching. There are two enemies that can mess that up, the bokoblin and the bomb skit. And they can hit you into the trigger as you're throwing the boomerang.
Yeah, we stand as close to the trigger as possible, which allows us to jump over it, but is also pretty scary if the bokoblin comes up and hits you. On the Wii version, on Wii 1.0 specifically, that trigger is just significantly smaller for some reason, so you can just walk up and do a jump attack over it. A bunch of other triggers as well are really small in the Wii 1.0 version for some reason. Now coming up is one of the things that could lose a minute, or might not. It's a one-frame trick known as Gorge Void.
Yeah, this game does not have input buffering, unlike Twilight Princess HD. So this A-press is one frame that you have to time or mash, but ideally you want to time it. Whereas in TPHD you could just hold down the buttons for it and always get it.
There
Very
we
nice.
go. One frame input to jump into the gorge there. Otherwise, there would be a cutscene and it would force us to warp down to Faron. And we'll be doing that later, but right now we need to get to Kakariko Village itself, doing this trick called a rupee roll.
Yeah, so I mentioned it earlier during the pickup slide, but this is another use of the get item state using this rupee here. We want to get across this fence, so we're going to use this rupee here and do an LJ with a boomerang, a long jump attack. And then when we close this text box, we're going to do a roll to get across. Then it's still not over. Got to make sure we cross this gap, and you don't have much space to stand on here. And then a final LJ.
And
Very nice.
Very nice rupee roll.
That angle was kind of scary at the end there.
That's the angle I always go for. I don't know what you're talking about. So now we'll be going into Kakariko itself. There is a trigger here for the King Bulb in one fight. If I hit it, it is a 2-minute time loss. So I'm going to try walking around it. And succeeded at avoiding the trigger. Let's go.
Very nice. Yeah, so this whole area is jam-packed of action, and a lot of things can kill you run there, so very happy to see that was first try. The rupee is on a timer. Like when you dig up a rupee, it will stay for some amount of seconds before disappearing, so you got to make sure you set up that the aiming sequence with boomerang quick enough for the rupee to still be there. So you can't take your time and set it up slowly. You got to make sure you do everything in like one go. So it can be pretty stressful.
Yeah, we go into Kakariko itself just to get the portal, and then we leave and trigger the cutscene that I skipped with Gorge Void to make the routing just a bit easier and not have to return to this area. While I'm backtracking here, I think we have time for a donation.
Awesome. We have a $5 donation from Floa258 saying, unskippable cutscenes? That means a lot of can't skip S, or as we say in German, Pflichtszene. Thank you, Floa.
Thank you, Floha.
Yeah, German is fastest for any percent.
It is also fastest for low percent by about 2 seconds, but the coordinates cheat that we were using for the slides doesn't work on German, so I prefer this version.
But yeah, when it comes to language differences in Twilight Princess, it's very minimal. Because we can mash through text by alternating A and B to skip most text instantly anyway, it usually doesn't end up saving or losing much time depending on like which version you're on. So a common theme is Japanese being the fastest. Actually, for Twilight Princess, there is a glitch that is patched on the Japanese version called map glitch, which we will be doing in this run. So Japanese is not favorable for a lot of categories because map glitch is a very universal trick. Most categories of this game does have map glitch routed in.
Yeah, this trigger is very hard to skip. We can only barely jump over it with an LGA. That was a pretty quick second try there. now we're going over to the Lanayru province, and we'll be doing what's known as Pillar Clip. One of my least favorite tricks in the game. Hopefully that's first try. To get into the Lakebed Temple early. This is mostly because we just need to get into Lakebed Temple in general, and we're not going to get the Zora armor in this run. The Zora armor being the thing that lets us breathe underwater. So, going through Lakebed Temple, the underwater dungeon, will be quite a bit of fun.
Yeah, the beginning of Twilight Princess speedruns is like a gauntlet of tricks. There are a lot of hard tricks at the beginning that, like Anorakkis mentioned earlier, that this game is very well made. It's very hard to break it, so the sequence break that we do have, they tend to be pretty precise or complex.
Yeah, tricks in this game were either found in 2009 or are very, very complicated and were found in the last couple of years.
There we go. We can also do a dash straight through the middle, which is pretty much TAS only. Some people have done it RTA. It's not like super difficult to do RTA if you just practice it for a little bit, but like you would never do that in a run. It looks like it shouldn't work, but you just pop through if you have the right angle and position.
Yeah, gates are kind of a joke in Twilight Princess. You can clip through pretty much all of them using various methods.
So the water level here in Lake Hylia is lower than it will be later on in the game, which allows us to do pillar clip, because we have an air meter that we need to manage, and so if the water level was any higher than this, like basically just any higher than this, then this would not work. We're going to make our way into Lakebed Temple using the air that we do have, and this is very precise.
That looks good.
Perfect midnight call there. We're going to take the iron boots on and off so we can control Link horizontally here. Very, very nice.
Very clean pillar clip.
Yeah, so as you saw in the top left corner, Link barely had any air left for that.
Yeah, we only have like 16 seconds of the air meter underwater. It's not that much.
Yeah, so calling midnight there stopped our upwards momentum, and then we put on the iron boots so we pop through, like clip through the wall. There are another way you can do it where you just find this like sweet spot where you just go straight through. There's like a little missing collision underneath the pillar, which is how we used to do it way back in the day, before we discovered that it was possible to just call midnight to stop ourselves and then iron boots to clip through, which is way easier. But still, it's still a really hard trick, and a lot of runs die there.
Yeah, I'm glad to have gotten that first try. Now we're in the Lakebed Temple. This temple is pretty cool.
Yeah, a lot of long jump attacks with the boomerang. Normally you're supposed to use the bow and bombs to combine them so you get bomb barrels to shoot down some stalactites from the ceiling, so you can platform yourself up there. But with the speed of the boomerang long jump attack, with the speed from that, you can just make it across these gaps, standing a bit further back, having some more height from the stairs there.
So we will be going over to get Uku here. Uku lets us leave the dungeon and re-enter later. That's important because later, Lake Hylia is going to have more water in it, and it gets much, much more difficult to re-enter Lakebed Temple once it has higher water. Unless we have Uku.
Yeah, we do have some tricks to re-enter, but nothing that you would see in a regular speedrun.
The best trick to re-enter is an Uku dive. It requires having an Uku and standing on the edge of a platform in a very precise location. You can see that in a speedrun called Low Transforms, which was only finished recently. That run is even longer than this run. The only completed run is 24 hours and 29 minutes.
By yours truly.
Yep, by some weirdo named Anorakkis. Where you beat the game transforming only 6 times. But this is low percent, and we can transform as many times as we want. Now, with the boss flags that we did earlier to get the monkeys saved, we can carry that over to this fight, where I can just look up from the back entrance, and the boss fight will start. This doesn't happen normally, this only happens because of that thing I did earlier.
And at this point, the boss flag value has been pretty much depleted. So we don't need it anymore past this point. There's a one cycle Anorakkis can go for here, using the Master Sword, dealing more damage, where he wants to deal 10 hits to the tongue here. Very nice. That's a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah, it's like a 3-frame window per slash there.
You can either do it by only doing single slashes or doing double slashes, and then making sure to stop so you don't do a full combo. Because if you just press B as fast as you can, you will do 4 hits, and the end being like an end combo attack. And if you do that, then Deku Toad will rise and become invulnerable. A lot of enemies work that way, where dealing like a combo attack to them, like a full combo, or a quick spin or a jump attack, something very powerful, will knock them down and they become invulnerable, or they just begin shielding, something like that. So we want to space out, making sure we only do single hits, so we can keep him like sort of stun locked. So that's it for Lakebed 1. We'll be back later. And our friend Uku here will help us with that.
Yeah, Lakebed is a dungeon we actually have to complete, so we'll be seeing Morpheal, the boss of Lakebed, an entirely underwater fight with our 16-second air meter, without the ability to breathe underwater. Coming in some amount of time, like 40 minutes or something.
Another trick being like really, really difficult, but very, very flashy.
Yeah. And there is a trick coming up to make a not a Shadow Beast fight, a Kargrok fight a little bit faster. You see it zoom in on this grass here. We're going to go over there. A Kargrok's going to swoop down and pick up this Bulblin. And if I just run into the corner, we save a little bit of time by making the Kargrok fly instantly. Otherwise, we'd have to wait for the Bulblin to finish shooting its arrows, and yeah, that saves like 6 seconds or something. I'm not just making that number up, I promise.
Nice quick cycle there.
I might actually be making that number up.
Yeah, so you can either do what Anorakkis did there, the quick cycle, or you could drown the rider, which is a strat that if you fail, you crash the game, which is obviously bad. We do have a save very recently from Lakebed Temple, but still, it only saves a little bit of time, so the quick cycle is preferred for a marathon setting.
And now we're going to be going for something that saves a very similar amount of time to that strat that crashes the game, except this one can't crash the game, I think. If we just go very... Yeah, we can just flip out of bounds.
There's not much space to work with there. You can dash early or late, but you need to be very aware of your position and angle as you pop through there.
Yeah, this Kargrok's wings are surprisingly wide, and you're going through a very narrow stretch of land, or... canyon. That's the word I was thinking of. So you have to dash at a pretty precise timing to get that to work.
It's very flashing, flying out of bounds like this. This only saves, like Anorakkis said, just a few seconds, but it allows us to have a more straighter path towards the loading zone here. And the loading zone, much like other loading zones in the game, stretch and cutscenes, stretch really far up and down, above and below the level. So we don't have to actually aim specifically at the hole there. Another Midna tech skip coming up here. There are 2 cutscenes. Gonna skip the first one. There we go. Very nice. Saves like 1 or 2 seconds.
Yeah, most of those Midna tech skips don't save very much time. But I think that one's a little bit more. There are 2 sets of texts there.
That's true.
Fortunately, with that one, we can time it. We can just press A right after start to skip the cutscene. Most of them, we just have to mash and hope.
Yeah, visual cues can be pretty difficult for some of these first framers. Like after beating Forest Temple, if you do that for all dungeons or something, you can do a backflip to skip a midna text, and most people just mash that because the screen fades from black to gameplay. So now we're making our way up Zora's domain here, avoiding some ice stalactites. It's important to wait there, otherwise you will fall down. And holding control stick back there so you don't actually go off the edge. If you don't do that, then you will grab the ledge and you have to climb back up. Just a little bit of a slow animation.
And we'll be getting this portal up here. We do need this portal because we need to warp a lava rock later to break this ice. It would be quite something to be able to skip this portal. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. 1 frame dash there. Doesn't save any time. Just want to flex.
And so because Anorakkis got Gorge Void, he's able to warp straight to Kakariko. If he had missed Gorge Void, he would have to warp to South Faron and go back to the Kakariko Gorge area and do rupee roll and Gorge skip. So it just saves backtracking.
And now we're going through Eldin Twilight and getting the vessel here, the Vessel of Light. I was thinking it was the Vessel of Tears. That was not sounding right in my mind. The Vessel of Light to collect the tears and return this area to normal. We skipped this part in Faron Twilight because we can. We can't skip the Eldin or Linear Twilights, unfortunately.
Yeah, so when you clear Faron Twilight, at the end of it, a golden wolf will spawn in North Faron, whom will give you Ending Blow. Skipping that wolf is fine though, because we can just howl at a Howling Stone later to spawn him. So that's why we're able to skip that. But this one we do need to complete, because we kind of need Kakariko to be in a cleansed state. There's more stuff to be done in Kakariko later. Nice. There are a few different ways you can kill those bugs. Ideally you want to do them all in one swoop like that. Runners have different visual cues and things to look for.
Yeah, this game, I will mention, is surprisingly well documented. So even a trick as simple as that, as killing the 3 bugs in the basement, we have videos and references for it on the main wiki for Zelda games, zeldaspeedruns.com.
Yeah, we put a lot of effort into making our ZSR well documented. We also gloss completely over the fact that you just clip through that well. You're not supposed to be able to be human during a Twilight section, so if you just do a side up next to that well, then you just pop through, as human, that is.
Yeah, you could say this is a well-designed game. Whoa.
There's karma right there.
Not entirely sure how that hop happened. I was holding down. Now we get to the hotel, the Eld Inn, which is an in-game pun. Some pretty interesting, pretty tricky movements to try to optimize this area, throwing the stick as early as possible to trigger this cutscene.
Also getting into the corner next to the fireplace so that the bug goes down instead of up there. Bonking that counter, yeah, making sure the bug flies off the wall. There's a lot of micro movement happening here. Everything is well planned. Getting this rupee, avoiding the text by doing a side up. So collecting a rupee while you're airborne. As long as you're airborne for long enough, then you got a rupee text will not display. Fancy movement to leave this area. Very nice, very clean Eldin.
The Eldin Twilight is my favorite Twilight, personally. It's really fun, really optimized, and has a few tricks too.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard anyone say this. It's their least favorite Twilight.
Yeah, the least favorite Twilight will be coming up after this. Though it is very interesting and low percent. We'll be seeing that in a little bit.
So once you've killed a bug, you need to wait for it to poof into a tier. And you can actually push the carcass of the bug, which Anno did do there for a little bit. The task can push the dead bugs so far. It's really satisfying to watch.
I did not dash there.
This is low percent, but not low A press. Another LGA coming up here. Might not seem like it, but because that bug is on higher ground than we are, we get that long jump. Coming up is Bomb House Skip. You can either do this as Wolf or Human. Nicknamed either Bomb House Skip or Wolf Bomb House Skip, which is something that people started to get good at after Human. The Human method is way easier.
We'll be doing the Human method.
Yeah, the Wolf one is really tricky, and you can fall down and have to go all the way back up. It saves a few seconds. But using the Boomerang long jump attack, we can make this gap really easily. So we kill this bug before it enters the house. Then the game is like, well, if the bug is dead, then you've already done this sequence here with the house, so I'll just render the house destroyed. Usually there's like a long cutscene that plays where the house explodes as it's filled with explosives and the bug lights it all on fire. But yeah, if the bug is dead before you enter, then you just go poof. In a not a satisfying way, I suppose. So 1-frame dash we can get here to reach the bug a bit quicker.
If you're not doing the strat I'm doing.
Right, the setup that's kind of new.
Which sometimes works.
Sometimes works.
This time.
Yeah.
There's another blue rupee. We did skip the text.
Very nice.
And just 3 more tiers, and there is a warp portal in Death Mountain, but we can skip it, and we can skip it really easily.
Yeah, the reason why 100% doesn't skip it is because, well, we need to go back there. Even though 100% does also have the same tools available.
Yeah, low percent also needs to go back there, but because warp portals count against us in this category, we do try to avoid them if we can.
Yep. Another quick climb right there, squeezing into the corner between some geometry. It just pops right up. There is a Howling Stone. We will not be getting this one, but we will howl at one of these stones later on to get Ending Blow. You do actually need Ending Blow, the first hidden skill, to defeat Ganondorf. You can knock him all the way down, and then if you don't have the hidden skill, you just can't finish him off. So it is a hard requirement to get at least one hidden skill. And luckily Ending Blow is the first one, so we don't have to go through more than just one. Some boss fights in the game have it scripted, that you can just press H for Ending Blow even though you don't have it, but Ganondorf does check for it.
There we go, we skipped the portal.
Just like that. Nice no-scope.
And I failed to target the bug, but we can ignore that for now. The Twilight is almost complete.
Yeah, so that saves a nice amount of time on like the Twilight segment, just skipping that fight, but then it loses time later when we have to go back. Well, not for low percent because we do want to avoid the portal, but like in general.
Yeah, when we go back later, it happens to be right after this Twilight, so we'll see how much time it loses pretty soon. That's Eldin Twilight completed.
And then there's a 1-frame jump attack that we can do for fun.
Missed it.
Dang. If you get that jump attack, then Mallow will have a really distorted neck.
So, when we went and got the Iron Boots about an hour and a half, I think, into this run, that was earlier than the game intends you to. You're supposed to go up here and lose to the Goron, and then tame Epona and go back to Ordon Village, which is about an hour and a half through a normal run that doesn't stare at a rupee for an hour. We will be seeing this Goron here, but I don't really want to see all of the cutscenes involved with losing to it. Well, I also don't want to lose to it, that would be slow. So I'm going to just do the setup and hold the direction to make the Goron just roll off, and we can climb up and skip it.
Thank you, SVA.
Thank you, SVA.
So when the Gorons hit you here, they deal half a heart. If you're wearing Iron Boots, they deal just 1/4 of a heart.
It probably is faster to equip the Iron Boots, so they knock you back less.
Yeah, that as well. Well, we can use the claw shot right here. Try to.
Oh, that's a blue rupee that spawned there. Let's grab that, I guess.
Yeah, if your position and angle are good, then you can just like get hit into the wall and not get knocked all the way back, but that can also happen when you just go flying.
And I only have one heart. These fire arrows can hurt, but I'm dodging them. Cool. I'll be grabbing some hearts before going to the next area. There's a cutscene up here, the entrance to Death Mountain, that triggers that purple dot in the middle of the area indicating where Death Mountain is, or where Goron Mines is. That's an interesting little trigger that we didn't actually realize triggered that for quite a while. I should probably equip the iron boots before warping this, because we will be skipping the Rutella cutscenes.
You'll also try to skip some midnight text.
Yeah, if I can get a frame-perfect side hop, I can skip midnight text.
The gamer side hop.
Let's
Nice.
go.
Saves like, again, like 2 seconds or something.
Yeah, it doesn't save a lot of time at all. But it does have a cool side effect. If you look at the map, it was not updated. The map still thinks that there is no water here. And it will stay that way for the rest of the run.
Yeah, TP does have a lot of like frame-perfect tricks that don't really save much time. And some that do, of course, like Gorge Void. But yeah, there will be a lot of those sort of like difficult, precise frame-perfect tricks, and then it's like, well, saving a second or losing a second, basically.
And now we're starting the Linear Twilight. Again, we can't skip this Twilight, unfortunately. But this Twilight has some really cool stuff in it, which will be coming up after the first 3 bugs. So while we're getting those first 3 bugs, I think we have time for a donation.
Fantastic. We have Yanartu donating $75. Woo! With a message. Thanks for everything you're doing. For my donation, I'll go for Final Fantasy IX Freya's name. Streamer will know why. And this went to naming the Freya character, the name 50 end parentheses exclamation mark dash 4 quote. Thank you very much for that donation. Maybe we can have an explanation for this?
What was the name again?
50 end parentheses exclamation mark dash 4. And maybe the quote is part of this as well. Does this ring a bell?
It, like, saves only 4 seconds, which is a trick in Goron Mines, maybe?
Oh, okay. Cool.
I don't know.
And, well, we will thank you very much for that donation regardless. And with that, I will shortly be ending my shift here at the Stream 2 reading station. But don't worry, my wonderful colleague Nashlex will take over. So I hope that the rest of the run goes smoothly, and you can catch me later at Stream 1. So yeah, good luck with the run.
Thank you.
We're doing a slightly different route for Linear Twilight here, because we intend to skip a portal.
Yeah, the Castletown portal is right in front of Castletown, and it's really hard to skip. But we have some really cool out-of-bounds movement coming up right now, after my brain talks to me for a second. Thanks, brain. This is probably the coolest trick in low percent, in my opinion, so enjoy it.
Yeah, this can also be used to get to Hidden Village early. Same sort of technique coming up. It is very flashy. And like Anorakkis mentioned, either stuff was discovered in like 2009 or so, or the last few years in terms of, you know, big tricks. This one was discovered very early on. It's one of the first tricks ever discovered, if I remember correctly. So he's gonna unplug his controller here to set this up.
It also has potential to crash my game. Hopefully we don't see that. That sounds pretty slow. So I just did map glitch by canceling a warp by pulling out Midna on the same frame. Now I'm going to be... that disables the loading zones, so I can go past them and out of bounds here.
Yeah, this is what the Japanese version lacks.
I line up Epona with a pretty precise angle here. It's actually not very precise. All I need to do is lose some height with this, and there's a pretty good spot right over here to do that with. That looks perfect.
Nice. Still not over.
Now I can just park Epona over here, and, well, loading zones are still deactivated, so I need to save warp to reactivate them. And we'll be going over to the Castletown East entrance to skip the portal fight completely.
So we're reloading the save, but Epona's location is still saved, so she will be exactly where we parked her.
And I believe Epona is high enough up that there is very little risk of crashing my game. There's sort of an invisible wall I'll be looking for, which isn't there if you're too low. As you can see, out of bounds, the map gets a little funky, and we're going to see Hyrule Castle on stilts up here in a second. Yeah, there it is. That's how it is canonically, just on stilts. And then I'll be lining up for a backflip right here, and I'll just be going until Epona stops going, because there's an invisible wall. And then I backflip, and we're in the loading zone. That's a first try Epona out of bounds.
Very nice. Now don't get the pole.
No. Poes, we will only be getting one Poe in this run. And normal any percent run gets 4. Those 3 Poes, they're going to take a while to skip in Arbiter's grounds. See that in about half an hour, no, more than half an hour, like 40 minutes.
And here's something that I alluded to earlier. Movement in Castletown is very slow as Wolf, so we're doing continuous dash cancelling, as it is faster than just dashing and holding a direction until dash is available again.
I made that bug go out instantly by doing a diagonal attack there, just a small optimization.
Yeah, pushing the bug down there, as it's invincible when it's up on that ledge, or at least will attack for a while where you can't do any damage to it.
No, I don't want to see the Zora. I want to see the bug. Where are you, bug? Hello? There you are. Hi, bug.
Still trying to avoid the Rutella cutscene here. So we're gonna transform into human, collect the tier, and then go under the water here like we did earlier.
Going for a 3-frame side hop here. Hopefully I don't miss it. That would be kind of sad. There we go.
So you have 6 frames there. The first 3 will put you on a lower ledge. You can use a backup to do the rest of it. If you get the later 3 frames, then you successfully pull off the trick, like right there.
I'm surprised I didn't take fall damage.
Well, at least you got the tier. Here we have lily pad bugs, the worst bugs in the game. Wolflink will turn his head to look at the bugs, so he's not able to climb up onto the lily pads. I can speak. So that, along with the random movement that they have, really complicates that area.
See how many rupees we can get from this patch. Just 2.
Almost went back for that one. Was tempting.
Was tempting, yeah.
Yeah, 61 rupees here is really good. You got really lucky earlier on, getting a bunch of extra greens.
Yeah, if I can get all the way up to 100 rupees before Snowpeak ruins, which is very unlikely, then I won't have to get any extras, and that would be very nice.
Yeah, and we do need 300 rupees to fix the sky cannon to gain access to City in the Sky, one of the later dungeons.
So, we're coming up on a section that you got a blue rupee 5.
Nice.
You don't see in any other speedrun of Twilight Princess. We are going to be flying the Kakariko the opposite direction. Most runners didn't know you could do this. You could just howl from the top and fly down the river instead of up.
Yeah, that is something I was not aware of before watching Low Percent. Very nice bug collection there. It's a lot easier if you just target onto the bug and then press A. It will kind of home in on them, but that was without any target.
Yeah, it's positioned perfectly, so you can just hold down and pretty much get it every time.
And then if you go past the bug, then the bug needs to catch up to you, which it will eventually. Sometimes faster than other times. When you're doing this in the other direction, like from the bottom to the top in, say, any percent, you would purposely fly past a couple of bugs, just to have them line up better, because they will catch up to you, like, and be in front of you again later.
Okay.
That works.
That does work. I did get that bug, but there is one more, so I'm going to have to go back for it. Does this make me fly from the top again? I think it does, yeah. And unfortunately the bug is the furthest one, so we'll be having to go all the way down again. And if you just go down the river and go from the other side at this point, that bug would still be the farthest one. You'd have to go all the way up the river. It's very annoying to miss just one.
Coming up on the final section of Lanayru Twilight. Just getting this last tier in this flying section, and then saying no to spawn elsewhere. There's still one more bug left, but it's not like the others. As this is the final Twilight, you have Faron, Eldin, and Lanayru Twilight. We skipped Faron, we did Eldin, and now we're finishing up Lanayru. One thing that's really convenient about the Twilight Princess HD version is that you can instantly collect the tier. You don't have to wait for the bug to explode.
And there are fewer tiers in that version.
Yeah.
It's a nice quality of life feature. So here's the second to last bug, and the last bug is a rather big one.
Yeah, because this is the last Twilight, it's like the boss of all the Twilights in a way. And there are some tricks we can do here. We can position ourselves in such a way that we can interrupt the bug with a jump attack, so we can do a little stun, and then jump attack it immediately again. because the bug will normally fly up out of reach. But if all goes right, we can do some backflips here. Intercept, and then jump attack again. We'll do that one more time. So that just skips some idle animation of the bug flying up. And then after we've done with those cycles, there's still one more trick left on the guy. He has some tentacles you can latch onto with Midnight Charge. But all you need is to latch onto at least one, and it will play the full animation. And so something I accidentally discovered in 2014, I think, was that if you latch onto one and then interrupt that animation by either bonking the bug or falling into water, like that, it just instantly ends that sequence of jumping in between all the tentacles and the cutscene plays. Although, when I did discover it, I was flabbergasted. I didn't understand what happened. And another member, Dragonbane, looked at the video and was like, oh, this is what happened.
Turn the camera there to reduce some lag. Yeah, the boss bug done well is pretty satisfying. That was not done well. I missed one of the quick cycles.
That happens to me all the time.
Now we're going up to Upper Zora's River, where there's the boat minigame, and Isa gives you a Lent bomb bag. Isa, the person in charge of the boating minigame, gives you a Lent bomb bag to help her with some things. We're not going to be helping her with some things, I'm sorry. But we do need those bombs, so we'll go and get those.
We're going to be lying to two NPCs in this game, one being Isa and the other being Yeto. So I would say we are on a spiritual journey later on.
And we'll be getting these bombs to finish the Lakebed Temple. As I alluded to earlier, we're going to be doing this without getting the Zora armor, and bombs have an interesting property when used in water that will be necessary for us to beat the boss of Lakebed for that. But first, we get some howling. Some nice jams. We need to howl here so that we can get the ending blow hidden skill, because without that it's impossible to beat Ganondorf at the end of the game.
That would probably be a good time to just explain what low percent is for new people tuning in.
Yeah, low percent. Our main goal is to have the fewest items at the end of the game. So there are some items that go in and out of our inventory, like, for example, Uku. Once we finish a dungeon, Uku just disappears. The Lent bomb bag also disappears, so we don't need the Lent bomb bag. Or the Lent bomb bag essentially doesn't count against us unless we have it in our inventory at the end of the run, which we won't. So the goal is to get to the end of the game with the fewest things possible.
And so usually low percent tends to be longer than any percent because you go out of your way to avoid getting items. Maybe there are some items that speed up the run that any percent would get, that low percent avoids. Indicated by the estimate for this run.
So, an easy Shadow Beast fight, they're getting this warp portal, and now we'll be stealing the bombs from Isa, which is very simple. The developers just forgot to stop us from using Uku in here, so we can just use Uku and leave. There are a couple other ways to do this, though. Dropping some bombs before we go, because, I don't know.
We want to blow her up,
Fun.
I guess.
Yeah. Good luck, Isa.
I mean, maybe she can just throw those bombs at the rock slide over there to unlock her minigame. Now we're emptying bombs.
Yeah, let's empty them here.
Yeah, there are some enemies in this room that can mess you up as you're trying to do this. a very common question for people watching TP speedruns. They'll be asking, why are you emptying the bomb bag? You just got bombs, don't you need them?
Gotta destroy the evidence.
Yeah. So this game has 3 types of bombs. You have normal bombs, you have water bombs, and you have bomblings, which we sadly never see. And so water bombs are used underwater, fittingly enough. So we gotta empty the bomb bag completely so that we can use water bombs later on. If you have normal bombs still in the bag and you pick up a chest of water bombs, then you will not get water bombs.
I was expecting there to be a cutscene there. That's only there in Lakebed 1. So this dungeon is pretty broken. We skipped pretty much all of it. It's one of the more puzzling dungeons casually. A lot of people get stuck in this dungeon, but we can kind of just skip to the boss. This is the only dungeon in Twilight Princess where we can do a boss key skip, because all of the other ones have their boss loading zones tied to a door.
Clipping through the bridge here, doing a precise setup so we can move inside of the bridge here up into the point where we can just pop through. Very nice.
Now we're in Morpheal's arena, and the fight begins.
This is another sort of sequence that will demotivate a lot of new people learning the game. It is very difficult to fight Morpheal without Zoro armor, but it is extremely satisfying and fast for most categories. So the satisfaction you get for completing this is really high. Hopefully all goes well.
Fortunately, this cutscene saves us from drowning. And also, fortunately, we can skip that cutscene, because if we don't, we would drown in the cutscene. Okay, pulling out a bomb here. You're not supposed to pull out bombs while you're swimming, but I unequipped the iron boots. I force unequipped the iron boots while I was pulling it out, and that lets me hold a bomb over my head. And when I release the bomb, the game is going to think I'm on the ground just for a frame, and that's enough for it to refill my air meter. So that's how we're going to get through this boss without having the Zora armor. Right, low percent equips. Sometimes that happens. Fortunately, we can use all 10 of the bombs if we need to. An optimal fight only uses 2.
Yeah, as long as Anno plays this safe, it should be alright. But still requires a lot of concentration to be able to do this well.
And that's not going to be good.
He also needs to make sure that his health is good enough, as he will sometimes purposely get hit by a bomb, just to be closer to Morpheal.
Morpheal going up there.
Yeah, ideally you don't want to be too close to the center of the arena. You want to intercept her on the outer ring.
Okay, here's the first hit. Not the best fight, but hopefully the next hits will be a bit nicer. Okay,
Nice.
Glad.
Yeah, still not
Morpheal
over.
usually stops there, but didn't bother to this time.
Nice. There we go.
Nice little regrab, and the fight is over. I believe it was either my personal best or my PB before that died to Morpheal and just had a free 6-minute time save. So, nice. Always nice to get that first try.
Yeah, that is always a scary fight. Even if you have a lot of years of experience, like, things can go really south. But skipping the Zoro armor saves so much time that it is worth to fight Morphle without it, for multiple reasons.
Yeah, we can't get the Zoro armor in low percent because not only does it add armor to our inventory, there are also 2 small keys involved in getting the Zoro armor. So even if it were faster, we would probably have to do this anyway. Also, there's that little heart container right there. It would be really nice to have an extra heart container in this run. We get close to death quite a bit, but I can't get that because this is low percent.
Yeah, so you will be fighting against your muscle memory in certain spots, like after a boss fight. Especially because there are some boss fights where the heart container will be like right next to you, and you're just so used to collecting the heart, but we've got to make sure we actually avoid it in low percent, because if you get it then it's not really low percent anymore.
Alright. Now we get to Midnight's Desperate Hour, which has some really nice music when it's not interrupted by the enemy sounds. Pretty straightforward section, just optimizing wolf movement here.
So normally you would beat Lakebed Temple and then do Midnight's Desperate Hour and then get the Master Sword. But because we've already gotten the Master Sword, we just gotta complete this sequence and then we can continue on with the later dungeons.
Yeah, it's this nice chill 6 minutes of gameplay here. Then we have 1 dungeon, and then we'll have a little bit longer to get to the next dungeon, and then we'll have a very long break. So this area we would normally have run across this in Linear Twilight. The Castletown portal is right about here, where that Boldlin is. But we skipped that portal, so anytime we come back to Castletown, we will have to take some extra routing. Meaning that all that fancy Epona out of bounds movement that I did earlier actually loses about 7 minutes compared to the any percent strat of just getting the Castletown portal.
And more dash cancelling to speed this section up. Beast, get out.
Just barely missed a precise trick there that would save 1.7 seconds, unfortunately.
Oh, it's not more?
No, it's only 1.7.
I know I have that in my my gold segment, but I was hoping it was like 3. But I guess I have more time to save with movement.
I'll go for it. Just 1 try. It's possible to skip over here, and I got it nice. That saves 2 seconds.
That is incredibly precise.
For the fans. That's not worth it. I only go for it when I want to show off.
Or when you're like really far behind on the run.
And this right here, this is the only Poe that we get in this category. We have no way to skip it, unfortunately.
Giovanni here can help him. So like a side quest with him, where you collect all the Poe souls and free him from his curse. But we don't like Poe souls. They add percentage.
Indeed. And the rewards for that quest, he gives you a bottle of fairy tears, which is pretty neat. And then the second time just gives you infinite money, which at that point in the game that's kind of useless because it's the end of the game. But the only categories you see that in. It's 100% and 100% plus, and at that point in the game, we basically have as many rupees as we need anyway.
Classic game design. Yeah, so because we have the Master Sword early, we can use the lantern on that cobweb instead of the stick, which is really, really useful. Because, like I mentioned earlier about where Wolflink is looking when he's trying to climb things, there are keys flying around there which he will turn his head to look towards. He's also carrying a stick in his mouth, and like it's really difficult to climb up those two ledges. So being able to be human there is really nice. This guy pretty much has to die because he's a real sniper. He just needs to fall into water, and then he goes poof right away.
Yeah, most enemies, when they touch water, they just die. Interesting game design. Maybe they were not wanting to program swimming animations or something. There are a few techniques that we can do to speed up Midness per hour, like be doing a long jump attack off of this Bulblin here. Just barely missing that jump. Another long jump attack. And I'll be going for a jump attack in this room, or this area that I missed earlier in the run, and very likely will miss again, but saves a little bit of time. Nope, didn't miss it.
Nice. Yeah, saving 0.3 seconds, potentially losing 20, maybe?
Well, potential time loss on any segment is infinity.
True.
But yeah, potentially losing quite a bit. And
nice.
We get an early cycle on that bridge, and are able to make it through this section. That was a pretty good MDH.
Yeah, very nice, very clean. That bridge is incredibly finicky. We've seen a lot of Twitch clips with that bridge.
Yeah, sometimes you just clip straight through, and sometimes it's over lenient, and you can stand on places that don't look like you can stand on them. Now we'll be heading over to my favorite dungeon, Snowpeak Ruins, to get the ball and chain, and then we'll have all we need to go to Arbiter's Grounds, where we'll be spending about 10 hours. Possibly more, depending on how long it takes to get Stellar Skip.
Don't you need the ending blow? Or do you get that later in the route?
Yeah, I needed to get Ending Blow. Let's go and get Ending Blow. That's not where I need to go. I don't have the Castletown portal, so the best place to go is Lake Hylia, where I can then take the cannon all the way up, and that's a pretty chunky time loss. Thanks for the reminder, Sky.
There are some people who have forgotten to get ending blow at all, and get to the end of the game and then they can't finish the game. I'm one of them, in 2016 I think it was. It's a list of like 4 players or so, and it's like, you just have to laugh about it at that point.
Yeah, it's a very exclusive club. So, while I'm going over to get this, I think we have time for some messages, if we have some.
Hi everyone, I am your new host for the next hour. I'm Nashlax. Closing this halfway point off for the next like 30-ish minutes. I'd like to issue a challenge while I'm here to stream to the best stream. So, as you might have known for a week, we actually have emotes now on stream 2. And I need your help. We are unlocking stream emotes slots as we go along. So if you have a Prime sub waiting, or you are willing to actually donate your Twitch sub or a Twitch sub to Stream 2, all of which is going to go to Ultima Fondant at the end of the week, you can get us to unlock more emotes for you to use, and we are filling them. We have them ready to go. So, get your Twitch Primes ready, get your subs ready for Stream 2, and get us some more emotes to use. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I did what's called an Epona slide there, and went a little too far right, but now we can get Ending Blow. We have to get this now, pretty much, because there's some weird mechanic. You could... It's interesting. Ending Blow is supposed to be the first hidden skill we get, and we're supposed to get it from the wolf in North Faron Woods. That is the only hidden skill that is normally tied to a wolf. But this wolf isn't in North Faron Woods. So when I finish this, it's just going to warp me to North Faron, regardless of where the wolf was in the first place.
Can I chime in for a moment?
Go ahead.
We're 2 emotes away from the next emote slot. You guys are amazing. I love Stream 2. It's the best stream.
Best stream indeed. Only on Stream 2 could you see a 23-hour run and a 14-hour run within a couple of days.
I'm there for both of them.
Now we have Ending Blow. Now we are able to finish the final fight in the game, which we will do in some hours. And on to Snowpeak, as we started to go earlier.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, Snowpeak being one of your favorite dungeons. I think it's a lot of people's favorite dungeon. It is packed full of tricks. You can sequence break a lot in that dungeon. It's very satisfying, very cool.
It also used to be very difficult in this category until a couple of years ago when a few new tricks were discovered to let us skip a small key without doing a crazy super jump. Now, the way we do Snowpeak is pretty much the same as any percent, which is still pretty cool, and it only takes like 2 minutes, so.
I'm gonna unplug again for map glitch. This is holding the Z button and the D-pad right, and then when he replugs, those two inputs will get activated on the same frame. You can also do it unbuffered, but then you have the risk of accidentally warping away. So unplugging is what we do for this. If the minimap is closed, you can see in the bottom left corner, you can see the minimap. If it's closed, you gotta do D-pad left instead. You gotta do the action that will open the map. So if the map is open, which it is by default, then it's D-pad right.
Yeah, and map glitch isn't available on the Japanese version of the game, as we mentioned before. It also isn't available on TP HD, the Wii U release. And the HD version does a Wolfos super jump, which is a really flashy and interesting trick. I could do it here. It would technically be faster. It is also insanely difficult, especially on the GameCube version. So easier just to do the map glitch.
Yeah, it would also save the Japanese version by performing that trick, but yeah, not something you want to do if you have other options. So, conveniently enough, there is a Howling Stone right here. So we have loading zones disabled, so if we were to dig into the cave now, we would softlock the game. But due to this Howling Stone, we can howl at it, and it will play a cutscene that puts us into this different map where all the Howling Stones are, or all the locations that you would howl for, the hidden skills. And then we can just leave this area, because when you transition in here, the loading zones are back to normal. So we just go in and out, and everything's fine again. If that Howling Stone was not there, then it would mess up a lot of routing for this game.
We would have to do that same Wolfo super jump to not disable the loading.
Right, yeah. So before Wolfo super jump was discovered, you couldn't do it back in time, because you would need the fishing rod and do that whole quest.
I'm a little low on hearts, so I'll be grabbing a heart at the top of this and not getting hit by keys, hopefully. Okay. And there is a warp portal up here. Of course, I will be skipping this. Even any percent skips this portal. That's really easy.
So just a long jump attack with the boomerang into the void there. We go so far that we trigger the respawn spot further forward here.
There's a frame-perfect backflip you can do there, which I missed. And we tell Yeto that we're not on a spiritual journey because it's faster.
Even though it might be a lie.
Yeah, this run can sometimes feel like a spiritual journey. Find true self. Because we skipped that portal, the fog is still here, and that makes it hard to see sometimes. So I will be going through this with that little bit of obscured vision. Should be pretty easy.
Yeah, there's one shortcut coming up where it would be really nice if we had clear vision, but we do have some visual cues we can use to line it up. Although failing it would suck because it puts us all the way back at the beginning. Some people use the mountain in the background for a visual cue, others use the sort of line on the path that you're taking, like following the geometry of the ground you're on.
Yeah, I sort of use both. I follow a specific line and then adjust it with the mountain in the background.
Right in the middle, very nice. Still a few more jumps, and then it's pretty much smooth sailing, although we have seen some clips of people making it like all the way to the end and having either a really sick Tony Hawk rail slide or falling into the void.
I'll be trying to skip some bend text here. Possible that I'll miss it. I totally missed it. You can just do 2 jump attacks there to skip it. It doesn't save that much time. And now we're in Snowpeak Ruins. Blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah. So yeah, we can break this dungeon right open. Normally you're supposed to go straight forward and talk to Yetta, and she will give you a map of the dungeon, and certain parts will be unlocked bit by bit. But because we have things like long jump attack with a boomerang, we can just claw shot up through the ceiling here onto that target, and then clip through.
And also clip through the floor here.
Yep.
Ceilings and floors aren't real, everyone.
No. Skipping a bunch of rooms, skipping keys, skipping ingredients for a soup that you would make in the regular playthrough.
And that's a first try ladder freezer cancel.
Yeah, that's 1 frame right there. There's still 1 more part left here.
One of the more recently discovered tricks in this game.
That sounds right.
Yeah, that should work. That is a frame perfect drop down. Cool to see that first try.
Yeah, that is a lot harder than it looks. Getting it first try just like that, very nice.
And clipping through that door, and we're through to the mini boss.
Yeah, so abusing iframes there to just hop in between the freezer and the door. Now the mini boss, normally 90% you would have bombs to defeat this guy a bit quicker, but we can still one-cycle him using some quick spins. Gotta make sure that we get close to him so he can throw his ball and chain at us, and then back off. There we go.
And that's Darkhammer. That's pretty much all we need to do in Snowpeak. The rest of the dungeon isn't that much longer. We can do that same trick I just did to climb that ladder up to the freezer and then get the boss key and go to the boss of the dungeon. But we don't need to do that in this category, so we'll just go on to the next dungeon.
Yeah, we just get the ball and chain and some money. It's really convenient that this dungeon has 2 orange rupee spawns. And we gotta be careful that we don't either destroy this rubble or like this armor piece right away. Like if that suit of armor gets obliterated, it doesn't give the bubble doesn't get a chance to spawn. Is one theory that we have. You can also have the rupee just go out of bounds if you knock the bubble like towards the wall as it's dying, and the rupee will just clip to the wall and you won't get it. So like, 2 things that can go wrong there, but if you just set it up correctly, you'll be fine.
There's another one right here. Same situation.
Yeah, the bubble spawns 10 frames after you've hit the suit of armor. If you're throwing at it. If you're swinging the ball and chain, I believe it's 8 frames.
Now we're heading to Arbiter's grounds. Just a bunch of dashing to get there. I will need to get Aru's memo, which is another item that doesn't stay in my inventory and therefore doesn't count towards low percent.
Yeah, item wheel and equipment equipment screen stuff is like one of the first things we look at for low percent. While we're climbing some ladders, this is probably a good time to read some donations.
I don't have a donation for you right now, but I would like to inform everyone back at home that we just entered and passed and ended a level 5 hype train, and we have unlocked 2 emote slots. Thank you very much.
Nice.
That's just how we do it. Casual stream too.
The best stream.
Yes. Oh my. I've been having a great time here in this room with all of you. It's been a wonderful week so far. Yeah, clap for stream too. Clap for all the people at home watching as well and joining in on the fun. We have the best games.
Yeah, if you missed the Final Fantasy XIV run, you should take a look at the VOD. That was really something special.
If you have like a spare day. Like, at least you can like scroll through like half of this run and still get quality content. You're right.
Some nice bits of movement here to not slide off. And then we're trying to avoid the cutscene here with Trill the bird. If you press Z too late there, then you will just hit a cutscene, which is way longer than it should be. It's really annoying. There's some rupees here in Fire's hut. He has 60 rupees in total, so if you're ever low on rupees leading up to fixing the sky cannon, then this is an excellent spot to get some extra rupees.
Yeah, I'll end up having to get that rupee twice to get up to the 300 rupees.
Yeah, most people just know about the 20, that's like up front, but there's also one on the back side, and then there's a little boat that has 2 yellow rupees. Now, interestingly enough, the cutscene that Anorakkis just skipped shows us Palace of Twilight, and it's not just a movie file that's been played, you actually load the map and everything. If there was a way for us to get control of Link in that cutscene, we could potentially skip right to Palace of Twilight, one of the last parts of the game. So, TP sometimes likes to tease us with these huge sequence breaks.
And they never end up working out. The game is very resilient to being broken.
Yes.
Any more than it already is, at least. I zoomed out to reduce some lag in the desert so you can see these nice repeating lines through the whole thing.
So normally you're supposed to knock those enemies off their boar and then use the boar to destroy this this barrier right here, because any other item won't work. Like the ball and chain was working on that pillar, but not the other barrier. But that's all we need to be able to fit through. Like we can just go past that one point and then fit through the space there, either as human or wolf. Now we have another map glitch. It's really important to not die to King Bulblin here, as that will softlock the game.
Yeah, I should maybe do a safety save.
Yeah,
just in case.
maybe. It would be a shame if the run died like this close to Arbiters. But yeah, King Bulblin deals, I believe, 4 hearts of damage. At least he can. So if you have map glitch here and you get hit, there's no way to save that. You will get the game over screen and then you'll press yes to continue playing, but since you have map glitch, the map won't load. An LJ to get out of bounds here, and then we will jump attack underneath the level, and like I mentioned earlier, loading zones exist. They exist further below the map than you might think. So as long as we were under King Bulblin's hut here, we were fine. And we just get warped into the fight. That was a very, very clean fight. can one-cycle him by doing auto spins, jump attack, and then chaining that immediately into a quick spin. You actually don't even need to press B for that spin attack. As long as you were spinning the control stick fast enough, Link will just immediately throw out a quick spin once he lands from the jump attack. And that's a very important technique for certain enemies like King Bulblin, Stallard, and unless you want to skip him, and Ganondorf. And so, we need to escape this burning hut, but you actually have infinite time. There's no game over sequence here.
I don't think you can even take damage to the flames or anything.
No. Which is quite the opposite of the burning house, the bomb house in Eldin Twilight.
Very easy to escape, just take the boar and leave. And now we're all the way to Arbiter's Grounds, the longest dungeon in Twilight Princess low percent by a very large margin.
Yeah, riding that boar out of there, similar to the Howling Stone in Snowpeak, allowed us to get loading zones back, otherwise that would have been soft lock. So it's very convenient that that sequence is not a traditional loading zone. Some parkour movement in the first room here. Coming up is a room that requires the lantern, unfortunately. We can skip the lantern if it wasn't for this next room.
It wouldn't be fast to skip the lantern. It takes very little time to get it, but yes, if it weren't for the next room, we could beat the game without it.
Anorakkis just did a DF walk right there, so if Link is standing still and you hold target and then control stick either up left or up right for at least one frame, and then let go of target, you will kind of shuffle your feet forward and then you can start rolling, and that's the fastest way to start moving from a standstill. The TAS uses that a lot, and we do use it a lot in RTA too, but it's very difficult to be optimal with it. It's mostly noticeable when you're climbing up a bunch of steps in a staircase, like in Forest Temple, where you can't jump up there and you just gotta climb and climb and climb, and there's like so little space that you can't make a roll. But yeah, here's the infamous Po gate. This gate is not like super thick, but Link's movement speed during the pickup slide here is much slower than previously in the run in Faron Woods, which is why this slide takes much longer. And Anorakkis is gonna set this up by first finding the pot that has the blue rupee, and then bring it over to the gate, and then do a very precise setup to get a specific angle that will allow us to get the best, get the best direction from the slide and good speed. And,
yeah, you don't usually have setups as complicated as this in Twilight Princess. We need a very specific angle, and this is a pretty good way to get it.
Yeah, everything he's doing here is to affect his angle, and a lot of it can't even be seen because the angle values are so precise, but
and that's good.
nice.
Okay, we're going to be staring at that rupee for 9 hours and 40 minutes. I think we have some time for donations.
Oh boy.
Just read really, really slowly.
So, help. I have a... Oh dear. I have a $30 donation from Big Al. It says, had to donate during the incredibly lengthy run of my favorite Zelda game. I may or may not have had some 6-hour casual play sessions, but I can't imagine playing for almost 15. Oh no, we're not. Keep up the awesome run, and let's go stream 2. Thank you so much. for that donation. And yeah, you have some explaining to do.
Yeah, so this is stream 2. Normally we
Just leave it at that.
That's it. Yeah,
this
you're
is
done.
stream 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
TLDR.
Normally we turn off the stream overnight, but we decided to do this instead. So I believe we're just going to leave the stream on while we all leave and go sleep. It is past midnight here in Sweden.
That is indeed the plan. We're gonna be here live. Welcome to Stream 2, the ASMR edition. And we're gonna be here for the entire night. However, we are gonna be closing up like the room and everything in it. I've already seen some cardboard and some plushies getting like moved our way. So we're gonna keep you company and we're gonna have the audience full. And we're gonna be back in about 9 hours and now 35 minutes. So yeah, like this is the perfect moment to stretch your legs, get hydrated, you know, sleep, get a meal, and we are gonna be back in like 9 hours and 34 minutes. This is gonna be an interesting night. So chat, behave. I'll be watching. Donations will be read when we get back. I'm not gonna read donations when we don't even have a runner. So we're gonna be back in a while. Yeah, do you wanna like do some shoutouts like mid-run? Like we have time. Like wanna do Sudoku? Like Twilight Princess Picross again for like 10 times? Like I'll be here all night if I need to.
Well, we can give some shoutouts to Zaf for coming up with this category in the first place, and then Taka and Dragonbane for doing the first research on these slides and making the proper route for this category. The setups for the slides that have made this category even remotely marathon safe were developed by me and Link1183 with some help from G's as well. So shoutouts to those two. And yeah, the entire Twilight Princess community is pretty cool. But yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, there's not going to be an intermission. I'm not going to send us away. We're going to be here all night. So, yeah, this is the perfect moment to just sign off. Thanks, everyone. Stream 2, when I get back, those 2 emote slots probably will be filled. So if you want to unlock more in the meantime, those subs will actually go towards the Alzheimer Fonden. We're going to make sure that money gets over there, including your cheers and bits and everything else. Keep donating. If you want to make the next reader's life, like, very interesting, like, donate to Stream 2 overnight. Like, that number is going to be high when I get back here. And I am all there for it. But we're going to make sure to read all of them out. Okay, we have one... Did I just see something pop up? Okay, I have Hype Man here with $5. Thank you. Oh, I don't have 9 hours to fill anymore. I've pitched my camp. I've got my dinner cooking. I've booked the rest of the day off work. I'm ready just in time for the clip, and I'm not looking away. Let's freaking go! Wait, where are you going? Okay, so Hype Man is here to make sure that we can sleep. He's gonna keep an eye on that rupee for us. Thank you so much. And we're gonna take a long break. Yeah, Stream 2 is not going offline, so keep staying here, everyone. Stream 2 is nice, but this is the best stream. You all know it. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Morning, afternoon, wherever you are. We're on Bloopy%, and we'll be back in like 9 hours. I have a question for chat. Do you guys want the audio of the game a little bit higher, or is this ASMR level appropriate to you? Tech here is on it. I see higher, I see higher, I see crank it a little bit louder. Is this good for you guys? That's a very interesting audio. That sounds like Copenhagen Airport. We're gonna see what we can do, everyone. So chat, I have the solution to our problem. It is do nothing, because we're standing next to a waterfall for the next 9 hours.
Oh yeah.
So we are officially in rainy day ASMR, everyone. This is the gray noise that you wish you'd had. But we are here at Stream 2 and we deliver. So yeah, there you go. That is the answer. Have a wonderful night, everyone. We'll be back at around the 10-hour and 4-minute mark. CEST. You can figure that out. Because it's already very late here. But we're going to be back in around a little more than like 9.5 hours. And then we'll continue on with the run. Because that is when the rupee is officially on the other side of the door. For those still here, that is the actual stream too, crowd. I thank you with all my heart. You guys are the best. We have set up the scene for the night. We have everything in order. If there's anything you wish to be done, it's too late now. We're going to close the doors. And I wish you all farewell and see you in 9 hours, everyone. Have a wonderful night. And keep staring at that rupee for me, hype man. I know you got this.